Hey there, REM PCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, game designers, and world builders. I'm your host, REM ALTERNIS, and today I'm really excited to be talking with distinguished role-playing game designer, Kenneth Hite. Kenneth is the author of Trail of Cthulhu and Night's Black Agents, and is the lead designer of the 5th edition of Vampire the Masquerade, and has a mile-long list of other credits in gaming and writing. And then stay tuned because up next at 5 p.m. PDT is the next episode of Shadowrun 6th edition Emerald Glitch. If you're new to the show, welcome. Every week we do an awesome giveaway. This week it's a PDF of the Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle edition. Enter for free by typing hashtag REMPC in the chat and get bonus entries by supporting us at www.remalternis.com/nuyen or www.patreon.com/remalternis. Also, remember to enter a message if you donate. The highest donors will have their message read by all of our Shadowrunners at the end of the show. Now, time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned, REM PCs. Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm really excited to introduce you today to Kenneth Hite, who is a great game developer, has quite the history under his belt. I looked you up on Wikipedia just to get all my details right, and I was like, wow, there's a lot.
Well, that was your first mistake, was using Wikipedia to get the details right. But
I mean, fair.
Yeah.
But why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about who you are?
I'm Kenneth Hite. I'm a role-playing game designer and sometime writer of other things that are not role-playing games. For example, my book, Tour to Lovecraft, The Destinations, a bunch of essays about Lovecraft settings, is in game stores. I think was in game stores in June, or in March, maybe, one of those months. They all blur together nowadays, but it's out now. And so every now and again I write one of those, and then back to the role-playing game mines to chunk out more joy.
Awesome. So tell us a little bit about how you got into gaming to begin with.
I mean, I got into gaming by the very unique circumstance of being a 12-year-old nerd in 1977. I feel like that's a really good way to suddenly get into Dungeons and Dragons. Everyone I knew did at the time. And that's really what it was. It was, I think my friend Steve had a copy of the Monster Manual and was very excited. No one knew what it was, and he loaned it to me for the summer. And I spent all summer making up monsters with no idea of what the rules meant. And then when, school started, we had the Holmes Blue Book, and this is what that went to somehow. And we started playing. And then, Player's Handbook came out. We moved over to AD&D, and we just kept going. Call of Cthulhu dropped in 1981, and I became a permanent Call of Cthulhu keeper forever. The DM for life brand was put into my head right around then. And then I've never stopped because it's terrific. I mean, I don't need to tell anyone on this channel how great tabletop role-playing games are.
Right.
But it was great fun sort of growing up with the art form, I guess, in a lot of ways, right? That, I started out when everyone started out, stabbing carrion crawlers in a hallway, and now I'm stabbing vampires in a much nicer hallway. So it's obviously a huge progress on my part.
You've made it so far in all this time, still in hallways, stabbing things.
Someday I'm going to get to a room, and that's going to be exciting.
Excellent. So how did the transition from gamer into game designer start?
Well, like I said, I ran Call of Cthulhu for my friends in high school and in college. One of my players got a job at Iron Crown Enterprises, which was a different role-playing game company. And because he was there. He saw a early playtest draft of Nephilim, the Chaosium version of the French occult role-playing game. And he said, you know who needs to see this? My old Black Magic and Conspiracies Call of Cthulhu game master. So he sent me the draft, and I wrote about 11,000 words of backsass, and I sent it to Chaosium. And Greg Stafford himself reached down from the sky and said, this is great. We're going to put it in the book and pay you. What's the next book you're writing for us? And
wow.
That was it. At roughly the same period, I sold I sold Steve Jackson on the concept of GURPS Alternate Earths with my friends Craig Newmeyer and Mike Schiffer, and we wrote that for him right around that same time. And very rapidly, it became sort of my side gig. It let me go to Gen Con as a pro and paid for my game books. And then slowly, my wife noticed that I was happier as a writer than I was working for an insurance company, and said, why don't you just do that full time? And I said, because we will starve and be thrown in the street. And she said, I'm okay with you starving and being thrown in the street. So that's what happened. So far, we have not starved. We are not on the street. That's the story, right?
That's awesome. Great. So you've been kind of living the dream of being a successful game designer that's not living in the street. Can you walk us through the milestones of your career?
I mean, the first ones were those sales to Steve Jackson and to Chaosium. I got a lot of steady work from Steve Jackson on Innomine that became steady work with a bunch of other companies. White Wolf threw me a lot of work for some of their early stuff. And then Chaosium hired me to be line developer for Nephilim, and I put a couple of books out in that line. And based, I think, on that, I met Ross Isaacs, who was a writer for Nephilim, and he got me in on the ground floor of designing the Star Trek role-playing game for Last Unicorn. Christian Moore, who ran Last Unicorn, had hired him, and he said, you need to get this guy Ken Hyde on. And Christian and I got along great, and so he hired me, I think like a week after he hired Ross. And so Ross and I, and eventually Steve Long and some other great designers and Christian, put together that Last Unicorn icon system that became the Star Trek role-playing game engine. And that got me, full-time job with Last Unicorn, paid the down payment on my house, which, solved that street problem for a bit. And then when the Star Trek license went to Decipher, I followed it basically after a brief stint at Wizards of the Coast, working on the Call of Cthulhu D20 project that Monty basically snatched from my hands and then ran with, Monty Cook. So I was then at Upper Deck for a while, or rather Decipher, doing their Star Trek game, Coda system. And I can tell you that nothing will give you better chops as a designer than to design the same game in two entirely different game engines. That definitely, I don't recommend it as a jaunt, but it certainly gets your reflexes going. Then after that, I had a staff writer job with Steve Jackson Games for a while. And then I got hired by Pelgrane to do Trail of Cthulhu. And from there, it's basically been whenever I have a big game in me, I sell it to Pelgrane, and they're nice enough to publish it. And that's basically been the story, with the occasional side trip for my own stuff ever since.
Cool. So you kind of just touched on this, and I want to expand on it. So all these ideas for games and game systems and stuff like that, now that you're handing them to Pelgrane in terms of partnership, like, how do these ideas keep coming, and like, what is your inspiration? What do you look to, and how do you even get started in that?
I mean, every project is different. For example, Trail of Cthulhu came about because Simon had the Gumshoe engine that Robin Laws had designed for Esoterror and Fear Itself, and he wanted to do a licensed version of Call of Cthulhu for it, and he asked me if I wanted to do that. And so that was a very straightforward assignment: translate Call of Cthulhu into Gumshoe. And, so I didn't have to do anything. Night's Black Agents, on the other hand, I came up with standing on a subway platform in Chicago in summer, thinking this is vampire season. This is when the vampires are out. And then thinking, and I'm on a subway platform at night. What an idiot am I? And then thinking, there's not a good vampire hunting game, is there? There should be a vampire hunting game because Buffy had, was sort of gone. Hunter, the Vigil hadn't come out yet. Or I forget, maybe it was in the process. I forget exactly where that stage was. But there was a window for a vampire hunting game. And I thought, well, who would hunt vampires? Jason Bourne. That's who would hunt vampires. That's who you would send after a vampire. And that literally, while I'm standing there on the subway, it takes about 45 seconds for me to think of Night's Black Agents and say, that's the game I want to design for Pelgrane. And that was me sort of pitching it to Simon. He says, well, if you can make it work, I'll publish it. And then I ran a playtest for my game group to make sure it could work. And if
That's
not,
awesome.
then it was just, their problem. But a lot of times it's the client comes to me and says, we need this done. But other times I just have an idea and I say, what if Conan, but right after World War II and also the Midgard Serpent was real? And that becomes Day After Ragnarok. And that idea came about doing the suppressed transmission column for Steve Jackson Games, where I literally had to come up with a wild idea every week to put in the column. And again, I don't know that it's anyone's idea of a day at the beach, but it'll certainly give you practice coming up with wild ideas.
Fair. So you've touched on this a little bit, but I'd like to get some more detail. You've won several awards for your work on Trail of Cthulhu. So how did that project come about, and what was it like to dive deeply into that?
Well, like I said, that was basically Simon Rogers, then publisher of Pelgrane's, ask. He needed he had the rights to do a licensed Call of Cthulhu adaptation. He needed someone with cred in the Cthulhu community, if you want to call it that. And he knew that Robin and I got along, so he figured I was a good choice. And really what that was for me was just going back as far as I could to Sandy Peterson's original design, even the 0th edition, not even the first edition of Call of Cthulhu, where when he turned it into Chaosium, you couldn't recover sanity and the gods had no hit points. And Chaosium said, whoa, that's very, very bleak. maybe game it up a little bit, Sandy. Try not to kill everyone. And
I mean, it's Cthulhu.
Exactly. So the result is that. But when I I knew that about Sandy's original draft, and of course I'd loved Call of Cthulhu from the jump, still do. It's the best role-playing game ever designed. And so I really wanted to make a system that could play Sandy's original vision while also playing H.P. Lovecraft's vision. And then also accommodate the sort of, all right, we all have Tommy guns and dynamite. We're going to go into the basement. We're going to shoot ghouls. It'll be great fun. We'll go mad and scream and throw things. That sort of, for lack of a better term, convention style, pulp Call of Cthulhu style. And that very early on made me think we need to have sort of two separate mechanics or two separate toggles that you can build into the system that will allow those two styles of play, which is an insight that I ripped off whole hog from Alan Varney, who did it in Paranoia XP, if you remember back then,
Yeah.
where there was a bunch of different levers and dials you could turn to play different kinds of paranoia. And that was such a genius piece of design that I thought, I'm going to steal that immediately. And the first chance I had to use it was Trail of Cthulhu. And then the other sort of aesthetic choice that I made was to move it into the 1930s, because Lovecraft, of course, writes, as late as 1935, and the 30s are just a scarier decade than the 1920s by definition.
Yeah.
Hitler, Stalin, Great Depression, Dust Bowl, kind of, we're done there, right?
Good times. Good
yeah,
times.
good times. Hey. and so I just moved it into the 30s. Also, that meant that all of the wonderful Chaosium 20s stuff, we didn't have to, drive at. We could sort of do our own spin. If we did a London book, like I eventually did Bookhounds of London, it can be informed by the Depression. It's not going to be sort of the bright young things London that the Chaosium London book is. So that was part of it. And then the other thing that I did was to try and introduced the uncertainty that Lovecraft meant his mythos to represent. So when Lovecraft came up with Deep Ones, he was doing it because he was tired of everyone knowing what vampires and ghouls and werewolves and ghosts were. And so when he brings ghouls in, he changes them up. They're different than just graveyard cannibals. When he invents Deep Ones, it's a whole new kind of monster because he wants that fear of the unknown present in his game. And his gods are the same thing. They contradict themselves. There's different versions and different stories. We don't know what the Necronomicon is. We don't know where Lang is. And he's doing that deliberately. And now, of course, and I am by far guilty of this as anyone, we've, classified Lovecraft stuff down to wiki entries and trading cards. And it's all, okay, we know that Cthulhu is this. We know that Hastur is this. We know that Yog-Sothoth is this. And that's the opposite of what you want. So I tried to give players permission and give keepers permission to radically change the mythos, to present it in a different way. And so that was just for all of the gods coming up with 10 or 12 entirely contradictory things that were true and presenting them in that way. And a lot of that inspiration came from the Dying Earth books that Pelgrane published, where the setting books aren't, there is a blacksmith on this corner. It's like, well, I've heard there was a blacksmith on this corner. No, he's not a blacksmith. He actually makes poison. Blacksmithing is just his cover. He's not a blacksmith at all. He's a salamander in human form who's cursed. And you don't know what's going on because the world of the Dying Earth is all about contingent story and perception and belief in a way that, our world certainly is not at all. But that sort of different vibes on big elements of the setting, again, Shadowrun has done it forever. Vampire did it. I didn't invent it, but I sort of brought it back or tried to bring it back into the Cthulhu mythos. And I think that's the other thing that people responded well to Trail of Cthulhu on.
Cool. That's awesome. So from Trail of Cthulhu, let's head on over to Night's Black Agents. So you talked about the inspiration for it, but tell us about the game itself. How does it work? You talked a little bit about vampire hunting, but expand on this world.
Yeah, once I came up with the basic idea that it's Jason Bourne hunting vampires, I had to think, well, does Jason Bourne work for the government? Are we just going to do Delta Green only vampires? That doesn't sound fun. But Jason Bourne, of course, doesn't work for the government. He's burned. He's out. He's just pursuing his own mission. And there's a number of spy movies, roughly that same era. Ronin, of course, being the greatest of them. John Frankenheimer's great spy movie with Robert De Niro, that are about these sort of little bands of former spies who are now maybe criminals who are doing stuff. Sneakers is another example on maybe a lighter note. And I thought that's the vibe that you want for this game group. They're all former spies. They're burned spies. And then right around the time I thought this, the TV show Burn Notice came out, which was all about burned spies. Maggie Q had a TV show called Nikita that was based on La Femme Nikita, in which she's a former spy who's trying to destroy her own agency. So that was a big vibe in the early 2000s for some reason. It's though everyone was really mad at spy agencies. And so that sort of inspired me to make the characters these burned spies who discover, oh, vampires exist, and we maybe were working for them, and now we have to take them out because they know we know, and we're going to die if we don't. And so it becomes that Bourne kill or be killed, hunt or be hunted, destroy the thing before it destroys you thriller cycle. And the real sort of design insight there was just to watch a ton of spy movies, watch the Bourne trilogy over and over again, and sort of figure out the rhythm, because Gumshoe is about solving mysteries. Well, mean critics say that a thriller is just a mystery where you already know who did it. So what you're trying to ask is not who's the bad guy, it's who's working for the bad guy. What's their plan? How do I defeat them? That's the mystery. It's not the, oh goodness, is Shadow and Mr. Johnson going to betray me? Of course he's going to betray you. It's right in his name. But the questions, the mysteries are, the how and the where and the what. And that, I think, makes for sort of really fun, evocative play. And it certainly works really well in thrillers. And it was just a matter of readjusting the gumshoe rhythm to say fight scenes, danger produces story drives you into more danger, right? You risk danger to get information opens you to more danger that continues until you defeat the main threat, whatever that is, at the end of the third movie, for example, for Bourne or whatever.
So how did it sounds like, thinking about Bourne, who kind of is stuck working on his own, is that kind of what inspired you to come up with the solo ops book as well?
Well, I didn't Robin, again, everything that I do is basically following along after Robin and saying, look how good Robin was. Robin had come up with Gumshoe 1-to-1 and did which is one player, one GM, and did the Trail of Cthulhu Gumshoe 1-to-1, Cthulhu Confidential. And it was, obvious to Kat Tobin, by now publisher of Pelgrane, that lots of spy stories are solo stories. Bourne is solo, James Bond is solo, Sidney Bristow from Alias is solo, everyone's solo. And the question was, can you do Cthulhu Confidential but for spies? And fortunately, she asked Gareth Hanrahan to do it instead of me. And he, of course, guaranteed home run every show at the plate. He's the freaking Mike Trout of role-playing game writing. And he, came up with the notion of the contacts push and all the other sort of mechanical ways to adjust from the more straightforward or linear Cthulhu style plot into the wilder, you can literally do anything spy plots that Night's Black Agents replicates. And so, that was just Gar being able to take the best of those source material and then riff from Robin's 1-to-1 Gumshoe engine and sort of build it out, basically replicating the same thing that I did when I turned it from a mystery to a thriller. He turned it from, a mystery to a thriller, but solo.
Gotcha. Okay. We've had the pleasure of running the solo ops for Night's Black Agent twice. One of them is published on our YouTube channel now. The other is going to be released in podcast form, I believe. So it's the feedback has been phenomenal about the world, the story. It's a lot of fun, and I really like that idea of having more of those options of one player, one GM, and
well, it seems to, it seems to be a natural way that a lot of people wind up playing or wind up getting into playing. Is their girlfriend is like, I really want to play, some role-playing game or other, you should play with me. And then you do that to make the other person happy. Or your roommate in college is like, they're a big gamer, but they can't game as much as they want. So they get you in. And so a lot of gaming is done 1-to-1. And that was true even before we were all gaming 1-to-1 for 2 years.
Right.
And so it's also, Robin is a very big believer in emulating drama, and so much drama is about the single protagonist that it's harder to do that. You can't really do a Tarzan role-playing game because there's just Tarzan. I mean, you play the big lion, Chad Ball Job. Well, that doesn't sound as much fun as, frankly. I mean, it doesn't sound unfun. I say that. But they don't team up. They don't team up and go on adventures in the same way even that Doctor Who and his companions do.
Right.
So you have a lot of the source material that's really solo focused, and being able to do that at the table, I think, opens up a lot of directions. And obviously, Kat, of course, is full of great ideas, but there's only so much bandwidth in the universe and only so much of Gar's time to get another solo game out. But I think he right now is working on solo fantasy, if I remember correctly. So it's
jumping genre to genre here.
Exactly. So it's sort of Beowulfy, right? You're one hero, and of course, John Hodgson just did a Beowulf game that's solo for 5th edition.
Oh wow, I didn't hear about that.
Well, it's amazing because I just said John Hodgson at the top of the hour, and it's called Beowulf. Clever name. It's for 5th edition. His company is Handiworks, and of course he did all the amazing art and book design, like he did for One Ring, so it looks amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah, so solo role playing is a thing. It's been, it was part of the indie scene from a while back, and anything we can do to mainstream it is great, because people get into the game generally one at a time, and it's easier to meet them where they live than wait for them to get 6 friends with nothing to do on Tuesday.
Right. Fair. So we've kind of talked through some of the fun milestones. What are the challenges that you've overcome throughout your career as a game designer?
I mean, I don't like to say that I've had challenges per se. The challenge was paying the mortgage. That's still the challenge. Have I overcome that challenge? Well, the mortgage paid this month, so yes. But Neil Gaiman has a line that I like, which is, the hardest thing about being a writer is convincing your wife that napping on the couch is work. I mean, I'm not going to say that game design isn't work, but on the other hand, I used to spread blacktop in Moore, Oklahoma. I know what actual work is, and this is not it. So I was lucky to come in when I did. I've been lucky to have great colleagues like Robin and Christian and Ross. My biggest challenge has been, can I stay interesting and relevant and fun, and can I stay aware of what's going on in the hobby enough to make my works not just, the same old, which is fine. Foghat is still playing county fairs everywhere, but to actually be part of that art form that, like I say, I sort of grew up with.
Right. Huh. Well, I like that. So what advice do you have for indie game designers that are just starting out?
I mean, the great thing about designers just starting out is that they don't have to sit around waiting for someone to hire them the way that I did. What they can do, because of things like Itch and Drive-Thru, open gaming licenses and community content, they can walk out tomorrow with an idea for a game they love and know, write it up, put it, depending on legalities, either up with the community content, or if it's for an open system, make it their own thing, put it up on Itch or on Drive-Thru, and suddenly they're my colleague. We don't have to wait around for them to be noticed at a convention. They don't have to buy me drinks to get work. Not that I've ever been in the publishing business, but they don't have to do it. And then they can do that. And that's wonderful. So my advice is, have a reason for doing it, right? Have an artistic vision, something that you think you can do, even if it's just, I really think hobgoblins should be a fun playable race in D&D. That's great. People think that. Whatever your vision or your notion is, you can realize it far more rapidly, far more fully, and far more easily than I ever could. I mean, my advice would be, know about contract law, know about accounting, know about, either know about layout or make really good friends with someone who's good at layout and book design. Those are the elements that are really going to, as you get forward, separate you from the rest of the pack, is being able to be professional, stay professional, not get too far out over your skis financially, and then make sure your books look better than the other person's books. And right now, with some of the stuff that's going on, that's harder than ever. I mean, but the great thing is, not just the gigantic, behemoth of Free League, but things like Mothership that have got this crazy good visual aesthetic. Everyone, every young artist, it seems like, that I meet has a crazy good visual aesthetic that would translate super well. And they just have to do that. And it's a million times easier than it was in the 90s when I started doing this professionally. You don't have to have anyone's permission. You can do it entirely electronically. You don't have to mortgage your house again to print 9,000 copies and keep them in the garage. You can do Kickstarter. You can do Patreon or other kind of crowdfunding. There's so many more ways. Just be smart about, your money in and your money out, and make sure that your stuff is just that little bit better than the next person's. And I feel like if you're working on a property that or a project that you love, that comes through. I can tell you, writing something that you're bored writing, no one will be excited to play. I promise that. So just don't ever write something that you don't want to be writing right then. And you'll be doing, certainly better than I was at your age.
That's really helpful advice in terms of where you started, even with the layout and the accounting and the legality and stuff like that, like knowing what you're missing or what your strengths are versus what gaps you have. And
it's criminal that every art
people.
School in America doesn't have a mandatory business unit, right? Because if you're going to try and be a creative person for a living, absolutely you should know what a contract looks like. Right. Absolutely you should know what your tax situation is going to be. Mm-hmm. And if you don't, you're going to learn it and you're not going to like the tuition.
Fair. Yeah. Very fair. That's very helpful. Thank you. So I've been saving this part for later because it's so well known and so exciting, and so many people love the world. But what was your experience as lead designer for the wildly popular Vamps the Masquerade 5th edition?
I mean, that was an odd experience in a lot of ways. I got a call from Martin Elrickson, who at that time was, I think, creative manager for the White Wolf property at Paradox. And he said, we'd like to hire you to write or to be part of the design team for Vampire 5th edition. And I said, are you sure you have the right guy? I'm kind of on the other team. I'm Team Van Helsing. And he said, no, that's exactly why we want you. And I said, all right, I'm happy to take a meeting. And we got back and forth to each other. I flew out to Sweden with the other people on the initial team. We threw some pitches together. They sort of gave us their vision for the property. Then they sent me back, to America and said, start designing. And Martin was very open and he was like, literally anything you turn out as designer, by that time I was lead designer, is going to be good. Make it card based, make it, pogs, make it GM-less. I don't care. You're going to do a great thing. And I said, seriously, are you sure you have the right person? I think you're thinking of Emily Carebass when you say things like that. And he said, nope, you're the man, you're the maestro, go to it. So, I was not going to have pogs. I was going to try and build something that a vampire player would recognize, die 10 dice pools. But the mechanics of vampire in older systems, when I played it, it was very hard to figure out what your odds were for anything. Mm-hmm. It just was that one step past counterintuitive, because it was, not just the number of dice, but also the success number went up and down. Different dice meant different things. Botches just really interrupted play for me. It's like, I'm this amazing vampire and literally 10% of the time I'm walking into a wall. That's terrible. So I said, I'm stripping the stuff that get in my way when I would play out. And I'm putting in, sort of smooth mechanics. It may not be the great Emily Carebass super mechanics. We're not, Miles Davis here, but I think you can get, Michael Bublé mechanics out of me, right? Smooth jazz mechanics that everyone will listen to and like. And so that was the goal. And then the great Karim Muammar, who was on the Swedish side of the team, had come up with the hunger mechanic for the dice, where you, as your vampire gets hungry, you add more and more hunger dice to your pools. And when they, come up, you suddenly have to frenzy and feed on people and stuff. And that method of representing hunger was so true and great and obviously part of, the vampire feel and ethos, better than I'm tracking my blood points, right? That, I literally changed maybe 5% of his original mechanic before it goes in. So, Karim is, I don't know if he's unsung, but he's certainly undersung as the co-designer of the game. Did an amazing job with that hunger mechanic. And then once we sort of had the notion of, here are the die pools, I'm going to add criticals and I'm taking away botches. And I came up with the messy critical, the notion that if your critical depends on hunger dice, well, you've solved it, but you've solved it the way the beast would, not the way that the human would. and that creates some of the anarchic fun of botches without the, ruining your forward momentum of botches.
Right.
And then a lot of it was just, how do I take this, streamline it, put it into a seam system, and then build out the things that everyone says vampire is always about, but it never is. So I took touchstones from Vampire the Requiem so that you had a mechanical reason to be connected to humanity.
Mm-hmm.
I developed a system for the thing that occasionally people would do when it's like, oh, I remember when I was a 150-year-old vampire, just a little kid. We used to do this. And I said, let's have a system for that. Let's let it have mechanical consequences in the game, because that's my sort of mantra, is that if you tell me your game is a game about X and there are no mechanics for X, then your game is not about X. Your game is just about whatever you have mechanics for.
Right.
And so a lot of it was just represent those things mechanically. And then a lot of it is just, there's, 25 years of vampire. It has to be sort of boiled down. The cruft has to be stripped out. It's the same stuff you do with any new edition, and try and, straighten up everything. And a lot of it is very much what Paradox wanted, what the White Wolf team wanted, was to make a game that felt like a game for 2016, 2017, not a game that felt like 1991.
Mm-hmm.
But I still wanted it to feel like the game in 1991 felt then.
Right.
Because I remember, the first moment where it's like, there are a lot of women at this game convention all of a sudden. What's that about? And discovering they were all playing vampire and thinking, well, that's obviously where I need to be, focusing as a creator, is the other half of the universe. And so that, that really, it struck a giant nerve with people. It really, blew some minds, made a ton of new gamers, opened up the universe of gaming in a huge way. And so much of it was just about the sort of the mood and the feel in the game books. And so little of it was the rules.
Yep.
and I was like, could we just put some rules under any of this? That would be so nice. Because again, we've had, and again, I keep saying Emily Careboss, but anyone you interview who doesn't should be shunned. Emily Careboss had said, what if we had a mechanical representation, a game representation of romance, right? Mm-hmm. And she did that in, 2004 or 2003, whatever it was, when she did Breaking the Ice. And how have we gone this far without that? That's like if the first Hollywood screen kiss hadn't been until 1938, right? It's just amazing to me. It's a young art form, but in many ways it's been a very stupid and retrograde art form. But Emily is carrying us all on her shoulders. God bless her. So it was just a matter of taking those kinds of insights and putting them into the vampire core text and saying, you have our permission to never roll a die if you don't want to. You have our permission to roll dice for this if you want to. You can roll dice sometimes and not roll dice other times, and just lay it all out as sort of best practices as everyone has been playing games, certainly since 2001, when the sort of indie movement began, sort of get some of that design, play at the table sensibility into vampire where it belonged.
Well, it's really neat to kind of see you get real animated talking about it, and talking about what you were able to contribute, what your colleagues were able to contribute, and also the tone. Clearly, vampire mythos is a passion of yours. So I have to ask, what vampire clan are you and why?
I mean, I think that gun to my head, I'm Tremere. And I know that's super stereotypical, but there's two reasons. Not just because they're the ones with giant libraries full of magic books, but also because Keith Herber wrote the Tremere Splat book. And it was by far the best of the first edition Splat books. It may still be the best Splat book. And Keith Herber was such a great writer and such a great person that his writing on the Tremere just really impressed me in a way. I don't know if it's like a super mature answer or a super juvenile answer, but that's my answer. And and yes, libraries full of magic books.
Yeah.
And so, when I nerfed the Tremere and blew up their Prime Chantry when I did 5th edition, that came from the heart, right? That wasn't
right here, right in the feels.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I love that. That's awesome. And I like your reason for it is like fanboying over it.
I mean, if Keith Herbert were still with us, and sadly he's not, I'd be fanboying him to his face, or at least constantly on, Twitter or whatever. But as it was, he had such a huge influence on the way that I ran Call of Cthulhu, on the way I thought about game design, on the way I wrote words. Just a giant, and I don't think that enough people recognize how great he was. And I'll tell you, he may have been the reason that I stayed with Vampire, after that hump. It was, part of it was I was getting work from White Wolf, but another big part of it was, he had shown me this sort of human doorway into the setting that some of the other writers had, in their excitement, neglected.
Awesome. So what other items or ideas are in development with you now?
I mean, right now we are finishing up Blood Sigils and the Vampire Player's Guide, both for Vampire, with Renegade Studios, who's the licensor now. They've been nice enough to ask me to help out. So we just did Second Inquisition, which is out now. And same deal with Player's Guide. Blood Sigils was sort of half my pitch, half Elisa Teague, who runs the tabletop section at Renegade. She said, Paradox really wants a blood magic book, and I guess we just don't have a good idea for how to do it. And then she looked at me on the Zoom call, and I said, well, I'm not doing it. We're very busy. I can't be bothered to do this vampire magic book. And of course, 45 seconds later, I thought, but what if it's a book about the blood magic scene, right? It's not just a list of spells, or God forbid, a new magic system, which we don't need. What if it's more about the kind of weirdos, even for vampires, who go after magic, who do sorcery? And then I had come up with, for Vampire 5th, for the Thin Blood alchemy, as the Thin Bloods magic, because alchemy is fun, and I figured the Thin Bloods needed something. And so we could combine Thin Blood alchemy with the older Tremere and Banu Hakim blood sorcery, and that sort of clash of culture inside this subculture, I think really, everything from Fast and the Furious to Uncut Gems to Ninth Gate can be seen as these sort of weird, obsessive subculture movies. And that's a good vibe. I like that vibe. I like it in my life, in fact. Maybe because I'm part of a weird, obsessive subculture. But making that the focus of the blood magic book made it very interesting and exciting to me. So when I pitched it to Elisa, she said, great, I'll put you down for February then. Fine.
Awesome.
So those are in sort of those last two are in sort of final stages before they go to print. And then in the interstices between those, I'm working on Hellenistica, which is my 5e campaign book, or campaign setting book, which I'm doing with John Hodgson at Handiwork, and is Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition set in the historical period that is most like a Dungeons and Dragons game, which is to say the Hellenistic era, after Alexander the Great's death, because you have literal piles of gold lying around. You have literal people wandering from city to city with their swords, getting into trouble and getting jobs from local well-connected barons. You have gods intervening in everybody's life. You have monsters over every hill, right? If you read Aristotle or Pausanias or anyone, they're like, yep, manticores, they definitely exist. They're in India. I saw them. Everything you think of in D&D, you've got ruins. You've got giant ruins left by cultures that no one remembers. You've got the 7 wonders of the world. You've got everything that a D&D game has, and you have it in the real world. So this is just sort of the good parts version of the Hellenistic era, then tuned for Dungeons and Dragons. I ran that in 13th Age for my player group for 3 years, so I know it's got legs.
Awesome.
And John has been very patient waiting for me to steal time from other clients to write him another 8,000 words and send it off. So if you're watching, Sean, I'm still writing.
Awesome. So I want to hear a little bit about one of your other projects. You've been producing a podcast. Is it a recent thing, or have you been doing this for a while now?
Well, Robin Laws, who I've mentioned previously, and I do a podcast called Ken and Robin Talk About Stuff. And when you say I've been producing it, I am the literal opposite of producing it. I am content. We have an engineer named Rob Borges who makes my babbling into a podcast at some point. Robin does all the posting and dealing with the internet part. I literally just sit here and chat with Robin, which I would do anyway if I could. And we just recorded our 500th episode Tuesday.
500?
Yeah, so that drops like a week from Friday, from now. So yeah, and that's almost 10 years of the show. We'll be doing a 10th anniversary episode. It's every week on Fridays. Ken and Robin Talk About Stuff. You can check kenandrobintalkaboutstuff.com, or you can go to wherever you dial your podcasts up. And if we're not there, yell and demand that we be added. And if it is there, subscribe and rate us 5 stars. I think you're supposed to say that. That's the law, right?
So what kind of stuff do you end up talking about? Anything?
Well, every segment it opens with the gaming hut, where Robin and I talk about some, thing to do with tabletop gaming specifically. So it can be anything from how do I deal with a player who wants to go off by themselves? How do I structure a dungeon to make it more interesting than other dungeons? What are the basic principles of game design? We did a few episodes on that. And it's really the sort of core stuff. Robin had the early insight that no one wanted to listen to the two of us talk about the same thing for an hour. So the podcast is broken up into 4 huts. And then in the other huts, it can vary. So it might be the food hut, where you talk about some restaurant or some recipe that we've discovered. It's Cinema Hut, where we talk about if Robin's just been back from the Toronto Film Festival, or we talk about some aspect of movies that we're into. There's the Elliptony Hut, where we talk about weird stuff, magic and UFOs and Sasquatches and we have a conspiracy corner, which I guess is next door to the Elliptony Hut. There's a segment called Ken's Time Machine, where I tell Robin how I would change history to bring about some desired outcome, or how I did change history to bring about our outcome. Sometimes we do that. And a narrative hut, where Robin lays down how to, present narrative in fiction or in film or whatever. So it's just really whatever we decide we want to do. If you're a backer on the Patreon, then you get to request things, and then Robin has to assign them into a hut. Things vary. Sometimes stuff comes up in the news, like when that magic rock broke open in Japan and the evil 9-tailed fox demon got out. Everyone wanted to get our take on that. So that became an episode, I think, of the, I forget if it was the Monster Hut or the Rip from the Headlines. We have a couple of huts that could have fit into. But so it's, we keep it loose. It changes around, but everything sort of comes back around to, well, now that we've discussed the Templars and their possible existence in Newfoundland, how would we game that? So the last little bit of most of the huts is how to use that at your game, or how to, it might be one of us riffing on how to do a Yellow King or Fall of Delta Green campaign using the material, or just how to put this wild historical character into your game. How do they fit?
I love that. That's really cool. I haven't gotten to check it out yet, but 500 episodes in, I have been using, I just ran out of my usual crime junkie shows. So
there we go.
It's time to get into something new, and that sounds right up my alley. I'm really
fantastic.
Excited for that. Cool. Well, where can we follow you and find you and hear more about what's going on?
Well, I mean, the podcast is not a bad way. We have a segment called Among My Many Hats, where we take our subtle plugs and turn them much less subtle. There's another there's the C-Page XX column on the Pelgrain website, where Robin and I throw stuff up. Obviously, follow Pelgrain to see what Robin or I are up to. Follow us on social media. I'm at Kenneth Haidt on Twitter. I'm Kenneth Haidt on the Facebooks. I think that I'm also on Instagram, but unless you want pictures of my cat and my fire pit, that doesn't really tell you a lot of useful information. So yeah, Twitter and Facebook are probably the best way to stay in touch. Or certainly if you and I are both at a convention, I said earlier, don't have to buy me a drink, but it would certainly be nice. And then, I will talk your ear off. You will regret that impulse as rapidly as you possibly could. And then every so often I'm on shows like this. I try and plug them on the Twitter. So I guess for the one-stop shop, follow me on Twitter or Facebook and you'll get most of what's going on. But you have to really follow. You can't just let the algorithm do it. You have to put me in a list or something.
Awesome. Well, we're getting close to the top of the hour, and it was really great to hear about your experience, your perspective, and all your wonderful contributions to the gaming industry. So thank you so much for joining me. And I look forward to a chance where I get to play with you.
Oh, that would be lovely. I look forward to that as well. Thanks for having me on the show. Thanks for dialing me up or discording me. I don't even know what you say now, but thanks for that.
Of course. Well, thank you so much. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Be right back, everyone.
Up next is the next episode of Shadowrun 6th World Emerald Glitch. One of the staples of shadow work is the infiltration of some dark corporate facility, and our runners are deep within the warehouse where they hope to find their Technomancer quarry. But where is she? And where is this secret laboratory everyone keeps talking about? Where is the frog shaman she's been dating? And whose affairs have they really been stumbling into? Join us for the case of the Glitchy Technomancer coming up next. And don't forget to get your free entry to win a Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition by typing #REMPC into the chat. You can get additional entries to win by going to our donation page, www.remalternis.com/Nguyen or www.patreon.com/remalternis. All donations help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. And our biggest donors can have a message read at the end of the episode by the cast member of their choice. So check it out. Thank you all for joining, and we'll see you next time where we will be live at Origins Game Fair in Columbus, Ohio, giving you a sneak peek behind the scenes at the vendor hall. Come visit us if you'll be there at booth 525 and 259. We even have events at the member spotlight table if you want to play a game or two with us. So we'll see you there, REMPCs.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covers its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a Mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell! Spell!
Spells.
Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell! 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 Spell!
Oh, what the heck?
The earth has changed. All that once was is no more. Cities renamed. Power reshaped. Races reborn. Reality reimagined. Violence unleashed. The earth has changed. She no longer sleeps. She has awakened.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World, Emerald Glitch. I'm your GM, Bob, Dr. Meat Grinder Loper, and tonight we're continuing the case of the Glitchy Technomancer. So previously on Emerald Glitch, our runners have been hired to find a Technomancer, goes by the name of Spinner, and they have tracked, they think they've tracked their Technomancer quarry to a warehouse in Everett.
Warehouse. Warehouse.
What's happening? Are we talking? Can we be heard?
Yes, you can be
That's
heard.
not what it is. There's a script that someone paid for last time that we're talking through, and you have the next line. So that was-
Oh shoot! I missed that we were in that already.
It's actually going better than
where
I
is
could
it?
have ever hoped.
Somebody ping me in it. Where is it? I marked it red, so I lost it. I didn't think I had to do anything with this. I figured it was a pun. I ignored it.
Oh no!
All right. Okay. I'm ready. Everyone can go.
Okay.
And scene.
Warehouse.
Warehouse.
There.
What?
There. House. There. GMC Bulldog.
Why are you talking that way?
I thought that you wanted to.
No, I don't want to.
Sue yourself.
So our runners have arrived at the warehouse, where they have found a whole bunch of guards. They've shot up in various ways, or cut up, or stabbed up, or just otherwise interrupted one poor guy on the toilet. And they have found, they've not found their Technomancer yet, but I have the map up here, and we're out of rounds. So I have Fisher sort of down here in the lower left of the map, but that's because he's actually in the van. You can tell me if you don't want to be in the van anymore.
Safe in the van.
And then we've got our the rest of our team is inside the warehouse, where you have you've noticed a couple of things you haven't been to yet. One is this big door here, sort of south central of the warehouse, and then there's this mag-locked door that you haven't done anything with. That's in the office area. And then, as you recall, there was a guy you'd shot who'd sort of been crawling away. So he's got the red dot on him. But Fisher, you had collapsed that door so that it can't be used anymore. And so we come to our intrepid runners.
Cool.
Are we doing character intros, or are we doing us intros?
Yes, so let's do, we're going to do something a little different tonight. We're going to do cast intros at the top of the show. And so we'll begin with REM. Tell us about yourself. Tell us what you're up to.
I'm REM, and I love puppies, even when they crash my show before before we get on this. And I'm going to be at Origins next week. So come say hello if you're going to be in Columbus, Ohio. We're going to be at booth 525 and 259 in the Artist Alley. So Coddlesworth's Clockwork Circus that we interviewed a couple weeks ago is going to be in the Artist Alley. And then we're going to have cool nerdy merch. We have a spell that is, or a spell. We have a t-shirt that is a dad.
Spell.
We have a t-shirt that is a dad joke spell. So you can get your pun on. Perfect. And the only pun I like is one I get paid for. So go ahead and get your dad joke t-shirt. We have other ones that are clever and fun too. And I'm looking forward to seeing everyone there.
Let's go to Randy.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. I'm Randy Alvarenga. I am a professional actor, TTRPG streamer. You can follow me over on Twitter at RollerRaja. That's ROLLERRAJA to find out all the cool streams and things that I'm doing. Just to name a few, obviously, here on Thursdays, on Fridays, on a Savage World game called Harbingers. You should check that out. Tomorrow's our finale there. On Wednesdays, I'm over on Nat 20 Productions Edge of Legends, which is a Pathfinder game. I have some really cool stuff coming up with Paizo and another station, so come check me out, see what's going on. Follow me on Twitter if you aren't doing that already.
And Jen.
I'm Jen. I play Violet here on the stream, and I run the Geek Forge. Rem and I chatted last week, and that was super fun. So on the stream last week, we announced our new product launch, which is our toxic launch, which is biohazard patches, half of which glow in the dark, and the other half don't if you want to be a little more discreet. Also, for the month of June, we are doing every day we are doing a creator, a character, or a comic book series that is LGBTQ plus friendly. And so far we've done Kevin Conroy and North Star. So you got to get the big guns in at the beginning, of course. And I'll put a link in the chat or where you can go see the digest of all of those that will get updated every day.
Thank you, Jen, for being a wonderful human.
Got to share the love.
And Roland.
Oh, hey guys, I'm Roland. What do I got going on? This mostly, but I used to be on the Like Clockwork stream on REM ALTERNIS on Sundays. I'm still a part of the cast, but currently on a hiatus of sorts. There's been a deviation in storylines. They haven't gotten to the best part yet. That'll be when I get back on. You can catch Like Clockwork on Sundays. Otherwise, I'm pretty much just here. I don't tweet the Twitter very often, but I'm the foul-mouthed gent there. You might catch me doing one of the tweets once a year, maybe, but probably not. And that's what I got.
You should go watch Roland on YouTube for all of our first 50 episodes of Like Clockwork.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Roland does things. He's great at promoting himself, apparently. This is like self-promotion. We need to put you to work, bud.
You can see me say this exact thing in the beginning of every Like Clockwork episode on YouTube.
Watch Roland be awkward even more. YouTube.com/C/REM ALTERNIS.
The origin of the awkward van ride. Amber.
Yeah, I'm Amber and I play Nova. And if you love Shadowrun and you like me enough, you can come see me on Tuesdays over at Master REM, where I also play Shadowrun 5th Ed. And my character KO is pretty interesting. Next week, I will not be at Origins. However, I will be at the beach. So that's a good
there.
That's a fair choice. And I'm Bob. I'm your GM here. Trying not to kill characters and also trying to kill characters at the same time.
Also, I forgot something that we should say.
Yes.
Next week, we will not be here with Emerald Glitch. Thanks for reminding me, Amber. Because it's going to be the one-shot show. So we'll still have Rules of Cool live at Origins. And then the one-shot show, this is our second episode of it, while we give our runners a break from Rob's meat grinder tendencies. We'll be right here playing Legend of the Five Rings. So if you want a new RPG with samurai and a wonderful cast, check it out. This is where we'll be. I just lost my AirPod.
And I will also be at Origins. I tend to play Origins a little more low key, but I'll be around, and you may find me in the Shadowrun room at Catalyst Game Labs.
How did I not know you were going to Origins?
I am going to Origins. I'm just not working at Origins.
I mean, that's fair, but like, I want to see you, and I didn't know. I feel like this is a surprise. Like, don't tell Rem.
I'll come by. But that's my way of not being volunteered for stuff at Origins, because I have a hard time saying no.
Well, I've known it 25 seconds already, and you're already on the schedule. So,
damn it. Also, don't forget to get your free entry to win the Shadowrun 6 World Core Rulebook. Type hashtag REMPC in the chat. You can get additional entries to win by going to our donation page at www.remalternis.com/nuyen or patreon.com/remalternis. All donations help us to pay our cast and our crew and help keep producing content. Our biggest donors can have a message read at the end of the episode by the cast member of their choice. So check it out. And I see the labels there now. So I think Amber and Jen will be doing that announcement at the breaks. Or I can do it too. It's fine.
with that, we're ready for game.
We are ready for game now. Okay. So we have now that our PCs have forgotten all about what's going on in the recap.
Oh no, I have not.
So let's say we're out of rounds because, as far as you know, you have basically dispatched everybody in the warehouse. You just have some doors you haven't looked behind. Yes.
Is the guy that I trank patched outside still laying there?
Yeah, he's still laying there.
I would love to retrieve him.
Okay.
Additionally, I would like to go see the bleeding crawler around the corner.
Okay.
I'm going to get out of the computer system so my Overwatch score can.
Yes, your Overwatch score was quite high, as I recall.
It was 32, I believe.
And increasing at 3 per round. And 40 is when convergence happens.
And I am getting out of here.
Yep.
And I will zone out, or at least that's what it looks like, as my eyes glaze and I check everything around us in astral.
Okay. So you can go ahead and make an astral signatures test.
You mean that thing I need roll 20 open for?
Yeah.
I'm a professional. We're all professionals.
So Nova, you go around the corner there, and you see the bleeding guy is slumped over unconscious.
Amazing. I would like to use some plastic straps and tie them up, and then call someone over to help me do some first aid.
Yeah, I'll be right there. As I'm still looking around.
All right. Once my Overwatch score starts sort of settling down, then I'm gonna hop right back in that computer system.
Yeah. So the nice thing about it is, as long as you're keeping track of it, and with the baby monitor program, that's easy. It doesn't take long for you to reset. I mean, you reset your deck, it just drops back down.
Yep. And then I'm going back in because I have a door to open, or to try to open a maglock door, I believe.
You have at least one door.
Yeah. So let's. Is that hacking?
Yeah. So that'll be a hacking plus logic. And remember, you get edge for logic tests.
Yeah, and apparently I had 1 edge, now 2. So let's see how this works. Oh, 5.
5 hits. Okay. And are you going for admin access again?
do I lose access every single time I get in and out?
So you keep the back door that you created,
Right.
but you lose access. You have to actually
I'll do admin again.
Okay, so you have to use the back door to reestablish access. So your Overwatch score is currently 3 and increasing at 3 per round.
That's good.
So Curie, you do not see anybody hovering around in astral space. You do see that these outer walls. So the outer wall up here at the top and the sides, the outer walls of the warehouse are warded.
But
as is the floor and ceiling.
Yeah, I figured. Okay. So just turn everything off before I walk out.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as I make sure it's clear, I'll go help Amber with first aid, and I made a roll for that.
I saw that. So that's right. The threshold is changed in 6th edition. So that is successful. And you patch him up. He's not waking up anytime soon, but he's also not going to bleed out.
I very gingerly and roughly help him the minimum I can and need to.
Okay.
I'm gonna go in the building because everyone's away from the door that I just unlocked, and no one's there to check it out. So I'm gonna go check out a door. So he goes, seems like everything's okay, at least for right now. We still have more of this building to check, but there's a computer room in there. So he's just going to get a bit closer to where everyone else is.
Okay. So are you actually going into the building or just to the door?
I'm going into that building. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go into the building and go here.
Okay.
Where that door is.
All right. You should be able to move your token.
Yeah. Cool.
But I've moved him up there.
Nice.
Gigantic token.
Technically, I did notice last week I made this a 2-meter square, so technically you are 1 square. And technically everybody else is like a half square because they're not trolls.
This is the one time in my life where I am giant. I'm a short guy. So yeah.
So we'll say that is now Overwatch. We'll call that 9. Since it took you a couple of rounds to get inside. So you go up to this mag lock and you're trying to unlock it.
Was that not what I just did with the 5 hit?
No, that was gaining access to the system.
Oh, that was gaining access? Then yes,
yeah.
I want to go into that room.
Okay, so go ahead and make a, this will be a spoof command action, which I think is still hacking plus logic.
7 hits.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's a really nice roll. Good job.
That is a really nice roll. You are successful, however, thanks to you rolling 7 successes, because the tie goes to the acting character. But your baby monitor screams at you, as if to say, that was a close one. But sure enough, you gain access to it, you pop the lock.
So then I'm gonna peer into that room that I can't see inside of.
That you cannot see inside of. Okay, so there you go. It's a relatively small room. Since those are 2 meters, that's 2 meters by 4 meters. And it's basically the armory.
Ooh.
None of you know. And I'm not scared.
And I'm always afraid of this because realistically it'd be here. But game-wise, ooh, loot.
Yep. I mean, I would tell everyone. So that maglock we found earlier leads to an armory. Just thought you should know. And then I'm going to go back across the hall to that other computer system and mess around there.
Okay. So you sort of wander around, and this is basically a terminal into the system where somebody has a report they're writing.
Yeah, I'm deleting the report, and then I'm going to get a
Oh,
use my admin access. Yep.
not only did he die, but his TPS report is overdue.
Yep.
There's dead bodies in that room, right?
Yeah, so I have removed bodies as you've killed them, but yes, there are bodies littered all over the place in here.
I wanna drag the tranquilized guy into that room. I'm gonna sit him on the couch, and I want to situate his friends next to him.
Wow.
Well, it is so much.
Watch Roland be awkward at the beginning of the episode, and then watch Roland be scary awkward.
All right. So sure enough, yeah, you prop them up, and they're all sort of Weekend at Bernie's style. Watching the Trid, because the Urban Brawl game is still actually it's the rerun
perfect.
of the Urban Brawl game.
This is the room I'm in right now. You do this in the room I'm in.
That's the reason why I chose to do it now. So I straighten my suit out and kind of brush the blood off my coat, and then in the comms, Miss Violet, there is a prisoner in the break room. I assume this is the break room. That may need your attention for questioning. I just stand there with my hands behind my back and watch Fisher do his work.
I'll nudge the dude I just patched up with my toe in disgust and look at Nova and say, you should search him. And then I want to go check out the armory.
What? And then I search him.
Yeah, so he has on him. Let's see. So these are the warehouse guards. So he is wearing an armor jacket that has been slightly attritted. It's been slightly shot up. He does have a comm link on him. He's wearing glasses. Sort of almost aviator shades that you can tell probably has some stuff built into it, some sensors built into it. You do find a couple of jazz inhalers. He is wearing the sort of earpiece that is the signature for microtransceiver. And he has on in his pockets a respirator and a few drug patches.
Amazing. I take all of those things except for the shot up jacket. Is he wearing that hat?
Yeah, he's wearing the hat.
I take the hat and I put it on.
He also has weapons wise. They all were wielding the same stuff. They have a Browning Ultra Power, which is a heavy pistol. FN P93 Praetor, which is a submachine gun. And a stun baton.
Amazing. If it's not nailed down or part of his body, I took it.
There it is.
So Violet's going to respond back to Mr. Bell and say, well, I will be there presently. And then, Mr. Fisher, do you think you could open this door that we jammed shut? I think it's the only room we have not had a look in.
Yeah. Let me get to that. You see him sort of go back to the computer hat. He looks slightly over his shoulder at the couch where this is happening. He's like, this is the weirdest group of people to be doing missions with. How did you end up here?
as I'm warmly smiling over your shoulder.
Yeah, no, don't like it. Don't like it.
You know what? I'm gonna drag my guy over to join Fisher and Mr. Bell.
All right.
So it's a party.
This is me attempting that door.
So are you referring to the big door that you guys haven't been into yet?
Yeah, I seem to recall that we had closed it or locked it.
You had never really opened it yet.
Not that one. Is this door also locked?
Yes, you've done that with a few. You've done that with a few of these doors. You've closed it and sort of jammed them shut. I think you did that with this door as well.
Wasn't there a guy standing below this door? Because I think that's why I locked it, because I didn't want like people going in the hallway.
Oh, that's right. You did. That's right. You did.
Oh.
Because there were two guys standing here, sort of flanking the door, and so you did make sure it wouldn't open while Mr. Bell did his business.
Right. So I will open it back up reluctantly. You do a good job. It's not, accepted by others. Fine.
I appreciate everything that you do, Fisher.
I look over my shoulder. I need to get eyes on the back of my head. Yep. I got a 7 for that. Oh my god. Yep, it's almost time to be done. Hey. That's what happens when you go in buildings. This is why I don't leave my car.
Oh.
So yeah, you do see as the door opens, Violet, and only Violet. There are two guys here who are busily typing on these computers. And they sort of look around and they're like, "We got to finish. We got to finish." And they're type.
Violet says, "Well, I am about to pick my teeth with a rattlesnake because there are two more gents in here that need taken care of, and they're typing something mighty fast."
Oh. Computers? Oh, let's find out what they're working on.
I'll draw my pistol in my dagger or my knife, and I'll go join Violet.
Okay.
I'm still gonna just go to the armory.
I will also join Violet, but I tell Mr. Bell, I give him the sunglasses, and I say, "Here, these will make you look real cool."
Nice.
It's not customary, but I'll give them a try.
And then I whisper to Fisher, "You're welcome.
Thanks.
Watch this guy." And then I go.
All right. I still have to get out of the computer system before.
Yeah, you do.
So I'm gonna unplug and be like.
So at that point, as you guys come around the corner, these two guys sort of frantically duck behind whatever these containers are and pull out guns.
I'll stay behind this wall and try to go stealth.
Okay. Let's go ahead and make a stealth check for me.
3's my favorite number.
Mm-hmm. Violet, what are you doing?
I am going to tell them that they should reconsider their life choices. So I would like to use commanding voice, which is a major action, adept power.
Yep.
And I would like to tell them, now y'all don't want to start a firefight in here. What about the fancy computers that you're working on? It'd be a shame if all that hard work just got lost.
All right. So go ahead and make your influence test.
And that is going to have a +1 because I have 1 level of it.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad it did.
Wow. Only 2 hits on that dice pool. And okay.
All right, roll 20.
Yep.
Oh.
And so at that point, they sort of put the submachine gun sort of on the container that's there, and sort of they unhitch the little clasp that where it's tethered to their body. Okay, we don't need to die for this.
Did that actually work? Wait, find out what they were doing on the computer. I'm gonna try to help in a minute. Like this is me over the comm, like really excited. But like we want to make sure they didn't, call in the cavalry or something.
Okay, I'll walk in, have my gun pointed at them, and then go look at the computer.
Okay. So go ahead and make an electronics test.
To use my eyeballs just to look?
It is currently on the start new account screen.
Fisher, it's currently on the start new account screen.
Okay.
What do I do?
I mean, if they're starting new accounts. I mean, ask them what they were doing. They can tell you more. Like, I can't tell you. I don't know about this account thing.
Mr. Bill, keep your eye on that one guy. Hey, you. And I point at the one closest to me. Get over here right now. What were you doing on here?
Formatting the system.
Yeah, of course.
Fisher, you got any other questions for him?
No, it just means we might not be able to get all of the information we want to off this system, but I can sure try anyway. What are they hiding here? Where's this person we're looking for, the Netrunner?
Yeah, where's the Technomancer?
Who?
The girl. The runner.
What girl?
I say, Mr. Bell, do you want to introduce yourselves to our friends?
I wiggle the gun in the guy's face. Dude, you better talk to me first before the other guy comes for you.
We don't know any girl.
You didn't kidnap somebody.
No. Look, I mean, we're just guarding the place.
Is there like an insight in this game? I don't trust them.
There is a judge intentions roll you can make.
Well,
It's in the attributes section, the second column.
Can I do can I do it based off like how their intonation and pitch? Because I have like high quality sound stuff in my ear, right? Like, can I analyze stuff?
So do you have audio enhancement?
I do.
You can add a bonus equal to the level of audio enhancement you have.
Ooh, okay, 1 second.
The vehicle that was here earlier that left, where did it go and what are they doing?
Took a shipment up to the naval base.
What's the shipment?
I think it was comm links.
Can we tell if they're
Yeah, that's what
not
I'm
being
trying
truthful?
to do.
As far as you guys can tell so far, they're telling you the truth as they know it.
And so judge intentions is what kind of role? It's a there it is. It's okay. And then I'm just trying to double check with my earbud enhancements here. Three.
Have I found any weapons while this is going on?
Yeah, so you're looking into an armory, and you see a few more of these P93s, submachine guns, a few more of the Browning Ultra Powers. You see a few of the uniform armor jackets.
I pick up some of those first, just to have. Well, actually, I'll pick up one of those.
The armor jacket.
Yeah, I'm gonna sneeze, maybe. And then I'll also pick up. I don't know what any of those words for guns meant, so I just start picking up some guns because I know that equals money.
Yeah, there are some submachine guns and there are some pistols.
I'll pick up a pistol for me, and then some of the big ones because they probably sell for more.
Okay.
And if I have room in my pockets for any of the ammo and stuff like that.
Yeah, and there's extra ammo there.
Cool.
I only have one.
This is gonna pay a little extra on this job.
I mean, we can cut to the chase and say eventually Shadowrunners are going to clear out the armory locker. Because that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah.
The guy that I'm watching, I will walk up close to him. The other guy is talking to Nova, and I'm going to address the other guy, and with my gun to the other guy's head. Any answer you have for Nova? Oh shoot! I'll just say your name. Any answers that you have for Nova? It would be very important for you to be as honest as possible. And I take the other guy's hand and put it on the crate next to us, and I stab my knife into it. Can I roll intimidation, please?
Does he even need to roll?
Yeah, you can roll intimidation, and you'll get 2 edge for that.
Really, 2?
That's a lot of edge at once.
Yeah, I got my first impression off that, right? I am. Should I spend 2 hits? It's one. It's 1 to re-roll, right?
It is 1 per die to re-roll.
I'll roll 2.
I'd also like to spend 2 edge to turn that 4 into a success. So 4 hits for judging intentions of the person. So you see him you don't see him, but the camera sees him sort of listening to that audio play, like rewinding and playing it back and like putting it through a filter. It won't matter.
So it seems. So you have 4 hits.
Yeah.
You don't really gain any more information.
Okay.
It seems like this guy is being honest.
All right.
More so when you hear over comms the scream as Mr. Bell stabs through the guy's hand into the container.
And when the guy screams, I say into his ear, "Oh, calm down."
Over comms, Violet is going to say, "Did y'all ask him about the break-in a couple of weeks ago? Because that was the last job that she was on. What was it, 6 weeks ago? That this was her last job, right?"
And why don't the 3 of you make a perception test? So that's
because the girl's right behind you.
That's Nova, Violet, and Mr. Bell.
The friends we made along the way.
Just one or all?
All 3 of you make a perception test.
Whew. Jeez, roll 20.
Perceived anything.
What?
I want to use it or lose it with my edge and just reroll my failures.
Okay. So that is 7 dice you'll reroll.
There's a pretty good average of below 4 in this game so far.
Yeah, it
like
is.
since the beginning.
Okay. So a couple things you notice, Nova. One is, the guy that Mr. Bella stabbed is now pulling out the stun baton with his other hand. You also, you feel a draft from behind you. And you're not quite sure where it came from. So somewhere in this direction, south of you. And at this point, Mr. Bell, what is your defense rating?
5. Hey, where are you? 5 plus danger sense, right?
Yes, danger sense does work. Yeah. So what is your
7?
7?
Mm-hmm.
So you will. Yes, you will yield an edge to him.
Oh.
If I see this guy going for the stun baton, I'm gonna pop him automatically. I'll let you decide how that works out.
Okay. So I'll let you make a shot, and then if he's still up, he'll attempt something, and then Mr. Bell will go.
So I lose 1 and he gains 1. Is that what happened?
No, you don't lose 1. He just gains.
Oh. Okay.
Like I said,
Whoa.
if the guy lives. Okay. But still, that's 9p, and he's already got some damage. Yeah, so you pop him right in the head, and he slumps over. Sort of pinned, so he's like sort of laying with his hand sort of pinned by the knife into the container.
That was foolish.
And then I tell the other guard, both hands in the air or you're next. And then I look over at where the draft is coming from.
All right.
If I hear any of this, now that I'm geared sufficiently.
Yeah, so you heard screams over comms, and then you heard a single shot, and it went silent.
Okay, yeah, I'll start walking over there. At the very least, because I know they can handle 2 people, so that's why I focused on this. But I'll walk over and show them some of the loot they can get too.
So Nova, you notice there's a section of wall down here that seems to be not quite right. So the section of wall here.
Amazing.
And you're pretty sure no one else has seen it yet.
Amber wants to punch the wall, but I'm pretty sure there's a better way to do this. 1 second.
Yeah, so as you sort of search around it and sort of feel around it, you do notice there's a sort of the side under the little counter. There's a little switch.
Oh, flip the switch.
Okay. So it sort of slides.
What'd you find, Nova? What'd you find?
And you find what appears to be an elevator car.
Oh.
An elevator car. Kill the other guy. We don't need him.
Shoot him.
No, what? Go ahead and shoot him.
I know.
She said it.
Oh.
We still have the other guys in the other room, like.
There's one guy in the other room.
So you hear pop, and the guy slumps over.
I go, all right. So we're just as bad as other people.
So I walk in, I go, was that really necessary?
And I'm sort of surprised
Yes.
that you say that at the same time, and I'm like,
Oh my god, look at you two. Common ground. This is great. We're a good team.
We're building bridges.
We'll all
I
have
simply
friendship
fill
bracelets
requests.
next.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, it seems that we are aligned on not being crazy.
yep, that is for sure. I can at least say that. All right, so there's another floor to this place, right? Is what it's looking like. Now that it's been some time since I got out of the system, I want to try to go back in, and I specifically want to see if there's any trace as to the what these people were trying to hide on these computers by reformatting them.
Yeah, so there's no need to roll. You do some more digging, and you see that these computers are not connected with the rest of the building host. They're connected to the matrix, but they're not connected to this host directly.
Yeah. Are they going anywhere in particular?
They go out into the matrix.
Just out there. Was there any information that was sent recently from them? Like,
Go ahead and make a matrix perception test.
yeah,
Ooh, you're in the Matrix.
I am. You're right.
You like it there.
It's my favorite place to be. All the hopes and dreams are possible there, and you can play video games. Matrix perception.
Which is an electronics plus intuition.
Thank you. Electronics plus intuition. That was nice.
Okay. There's a sign that a signal was sent out recently.
Yeesh.
And it was to a comlink whose number you recognize. Is the comlink of Zoe Leland.
Of course. That's great. I share that information with everyone that, it looks like our little friends here are sending messages to our good friend Zoe Leland. But guess what? They formatted the computers and now we can't have that information. So we could have asked more, but now they're dead.
Well, no, I mean, there's the other guy who's like, was it passed out? He's like tranked out or whatever. And then I have the other guy who's like tied up and like bleeding, kind of.
Yes, they're sitting right next to you, Fisher.
Oh. I roll around in my chair and I go.
And there's this pile of bodies on the couch. And in the center of them is this one guy who appears to be breathing but is unconscious.
Yeah.
I believe the accommodations were dead, stunned, dead, half alive.
Did we ever get that poor feller out of the bathroom?
I don't
I'm
think
pretty
so.
sure you killed that guy.
Oh. There's
And
a
if
lot
we
of death.
didn't, he has everything he needs in there.
Okay. So is this what we're planning on doing upstairs too? Is that the plan? Are we is that who we are? We just
So you do recall there appears not to be an upstairs.
Oh, then there's a downstairs.
Yeah. If this is an elevator car, then it's definitely downstairs.
Got it.
I think there's one more area that we didn't look at. But I don't know.
I think we should remember the mission, which is to find the girl. So if there's a chance she's downstairs, we should go looking.
And
Start walking to the
have
elevator.
a guy tied up and tranquilized in this office, though.
Shall we bring him?
Well, there's a
Do
hand truck
I
right
look-
around the corner.
Yeah, why not?
Why not just tie him up and keep him out of our way?
These chairs have wheels on them.
I would agree with Curie here.
Oh my
Unfortunately.
god, more bridges, guys. Okay, great. Well, I'm gonna come back. I have some plastic straps for the other dude, and then I think we should keep them in separate rooms.
Agreed.
And I go back and I tie up the other guy and put him in another room.
Yeah, so no need to spend your own plastic straps. You definitely see around. This is a warehouse. There are ratchet straps everywhere.
Ratchet straps.
Amazing.
And there are hand trucks everywhere.
All right. So as they've been sort of pacified, I'm gonna head back into the room with everyone else, and guess we're going downstairs.
And we take everything off them possible. No tools, no sharp edges. Maybe even take their teeth out. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, we definitely take all sharp things and cuttable things away from them.
Yeah.
I take their comm links too.
You know, I could just shoot them in the
So
knees so they can't go anywhere.
I still want them. I don't want them talking to people.
It's smart. If there's any extras, I could use a couple burners.
Yeah, sure. I toss one over.
As I look at my arms full of guns and stuff, and then set them down, take the comm links, and get ready to go down the elevator, which, by the way, I need to double check that you had said that there's a ward on the ground. I just want to make sure that it is not extended to the elevator ground. And if it is, I'll drop my spells.
You get the sense that, yes, if you go down the elevator, you will go through the ward.
All right, then I drop my spells. Bob, no cheering for having me vulnerable. It's no.
All right.
I will stay when everybody goes down. But is there any special way we need to get down this elevator? Like, it's just like a switch up down, right? No coding, no nothing like that.
Yeah, it has 2 buttons.
Okay. If it would be okay, I'll come down on the second trip for security purposes. So I'll just follow you guys on the second trip in the elevator. If you get ambushed, I don't want to get ambushed. I'll come down after and save you.
Trust you.
I don't care. You can come with me.
I mean, I'm gonna wait for you to go down. Yes, I will go down on the second. I'm squishy anyway. I'm not gonna be good in a fight.
Well, you know what, Fisher? Can you look and see if there's cameras down there, and then maybe
I can try.
Yeah, take a peep.
Bloop, 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 on the computers nearby. Well, no, they're not connected to the host, so I guess I got to trek back to the other room. Wish I had known that before. No.
It has wireless. You can log into the system the way you have been doing.
Okay.
I also love how Randy's just like, so much walking.
That's who I am.
So so to make things easy, you log into the system again because you've proven you can do it multiple times. There is no node that corresponds with anything down below.
Yep. It's a black hole down there.
All you see is the ground floor warehouse.
Yeah. Which means if they have a host down there, the best way to get to it is for me to go down as well.
Well, is anyone else going to go down here on the first trip, or is it just me?
I'll go, but stand in front of me because I don't take attacks well. I don't stand long.
I take a dead guard's armored vest and I hand it to her.
Thanks. I've already got an armored coat, but
well, great. Just hold this up like a shield in front of you.
No.
Do the chairs?
Okay, well, I'm just gonna go down by myself then.
Do the chairs have wheels?
All right.
And I go down by myself.
They're your basic office chairs.
So
yeah,
I'll this may be useful, and I push a dead guard on a rolling chair into the elevator with them.
Incredible.
hide.
Yes. I take it and then I go down.
So it's just you and Violet then, I see.
Yeah, I ran in there as you were rolling into the dead guy.
Yeah, so she like pushed the door, and then Violet dove in, and then the office chair where the dude rolls in. And the office chair sort of, as it rolls into the elevator, the wheels catch on the gap, and the thing turns over into the elevator, and the guy just sort of sprawls over.
Apologies, I said it
And
back
the door
up. I helped him
closed.
set it back up. Never mind.
And with that, since it's the 9 o'clock hour, we'll take our first 5-minute break as we wait to see what happens to Nova and Violet and the dead guard as they reach the bottom of this elevator ride.
And I'll be stepping out because I have to get ready for my trip tomorrow. But thank you all for joining us. Don't forget to go to or type in #REMPC into the chat so that you can enter to win a copy of Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition, which is right above me. And enter to win. It's free. And then if you want additional entries, you can go to remalternis.com/Nuyen or patreon.com/remalternis and support us in what we do. Thank you, everyone.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell! Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
And welcome back. So we have 2 people plus a dead guard on a rolling office chair going down an elevator. I'll ask. Let's see. So I guess the other 3 of you are going down on the next ride. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and I'm activating my chromatic light on my little jacket.
Like flashing the colors?
I am trying to blend in as much as I can with boarding office building.
Okay, that's fine.
Just slightly less me. I'm giant. I'm doing what I can, you guys.
So you push the 2 of you, one of you pushes so Nova pushed the button and the door closes.
Yes, I do
and
that. I'd like to use my small unit tactics knowledge to let her know that she needs to stand to the side against the wall where there's like the little, lip, I guess.
Where there's a little bit of cover from fire coming through the door?
Yeah, and then I'll position desk chair guy in a way that I can use him as a rolling shield.
Okay. I will give each of you an edge for considering that before the doors opened. And it does take a while going down.
Oh, good. That means on top, there's just like this awkward silence between these 2 people who don't trust me, and me just standing there like smiling at the both of you.
Thumbs.
And it's me and Curie, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're also just like completely not talking to each other.
Yeah, it's just this awkward silence.
Yes.
So after a few seconds, that's about right. A few seconds. We'll go to. You can see a new map. There is a. This is much more sterile environment. As the door slides open, and are you sort of keeping the guard there, or were you going to roll him out?
I'm gonna roll him out.
Okay.
I'll roll them out, and
So you sort of roll them out.
I'm gonna video cast from my contacts up to them upstairs so that they're aware.
Okay. So the people upstairs receive nothing.
Oh.
Boo this place! Boo!
So what you see is there are a couple of guys here. These guys. They're dressed in full lab coat and surgeon's mask.
They look like they have little mice living under their hats, ready to cook a meal.
Their vibe is just different.
Their vibe is just different.
I love that.
No cap.
And you see there are sort of computers and laboratory equipment over on each side here, where these two guys are. You can kind of see out the sides of out diagonally through the doors as you wheel the guard out, and he goes down the hallway, maybe to about, we'll say here, because you're pretty agile. So he makes it a few meters, and here each square is 1 meter. So you roll him out, and he rolls a few meters, and the chair sort of, he falls over, and the chair falls over, and there's this crash. And so I will ask...
Yeah, I'll prepare my gun to see if anyone steps out.
I will ask you guys. Let's see, I think I have... Let me clear the board here.
Violet, I need you to talk them into submission.
Go ahead and click your token and roll initiative. All right, Nova. You are the first.
Great, I'm gonna try and double tap that guy on the left.
Okay. And you are just inside, actually, you're inside the elevator, so you're really at the second range increment. You're at near. What is your attack rating?
It is the same as close.
Okay. And 8. All right, so neither of you gains edge in this. He's going to wish he gained edge in this, however.
Do you want me to roll for the second hit?
No. So double tap is the semi-auto mode. It's SA. And what it does is it raises the damage and lowers the attack rating. So essentially you're throwing out more rounds, but you're using those rounds to do more damage instead of rolling multiple attack rolls.
Oh.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Ooh, wow. Ew.
Okay, so this guy... You hear the pow-pow, and then he falls over. Violet.
I'm going to look at the other guard, and I'm going to say, now, friend, you see what my friend can do over here. And if you make a bad move, I'll cloud up and rain all over you. And try and intimidate him to not fight us.
Violet, do you have a gun?
No, ma'am. Don't know how to use them. Never did.
Oh my god, can I hand her the Browning Ultra when it's my turn again?
I wouldn't recommend it.
So you're still in the elevator with her, so you can hand her one as a minor action.
I'm just hand you one, and if anything, you could throw it at him.
Can I do a thrown weapons attack with a firearm? Yeah. Let's see here. So 2 hits.
Let me tell you about negative qualities.
Maybe I should have given you my survival knife instead.
Okay.
We probably should have talked about this a bit more before.
Well,
What are your fighting skills?
so he comes out here.
We very much just talked about this potentially being, dangerous, like people attacking the elevator. Like that's why Mr. Bell was like, tactically, I am going to stay up here.
Killed one.
So he comes out and runs around the corner to the right.
Oh my
No
god,
one
I
wants to be rained on.
I chase and shoot him.
All right.
I've lost him.
Friend really ran.
He did. He ran.
They look more like oh my god, we need to go and get the Crusher. And the Crusher's going to come out and be a giant monster. I've played video games like this. This is for sure.
He's playing a Matrix game like that now. So let's see. So you're stopping there? Or are you gonna chase him?
I think once I get around the corner and don't see him,
Yep.
I stop and I tell Violet we need to tell the others to come down here.
Can I use my vocal control to call back, like to basically shout back up the elevator shaft? Since it lets me control the pitch and modulation of my voice.
You receive no answer.
We're coming down. I mean, we're not waiting.
Send the elevator back up, I guess. And then I go and get the wheelchair guy.
We should give him a name.
So you get out and the elevator does close.
And I go and grab Wheels. That's his name now.
Wheels.
Burger King Kids Club.
And I wheel him in front of me.
Well, you do that in just about the right time because 2 guys do step out here and shoot at you. So we will award you. There's a cover modifier. Since you're holding the guy in front of you, I will give you half cover for him.
Nice.
Awesome.
So what that means is they get, let's see here, you're going to get a +2 bonus to your defense roll. Which you should start making. Both of these are coming toward you. Nice.
Thank you.
And the second one? Okay. Yeah, so all those rounds go into the guy you're holding. And basically tear enough through him that he sort of slumps out onto the floor. And so that'll remove your. You'll go down to at most 1/4 cover.
No, wheels!
Let's see. So at this point, the elevator arrives topside. And I'm playing a little fast and loose with it so that you're not out of it for too long.
Yeah, we slightly awkwardly shuffle into this elevator. Probably not very much said. Maybe Mr. Bell says stuff, but
I hold the door open for them like a bellman would do.
then I stare at you the entire time I walk by, like, thank you, Mr. Bell.
My pleasure. As we're going down, I apologize if my methods are a bit uncomfortable, but I simply fulfill tasks.
Oh, you do that. You are very good at what you do, I guess.
Thank you. So are you, Fisher? And you? Looking at Curie, whose name I don't know still.
I whisper in your ear. Her name is Curie.
So let's go ahead.
No chance in hell.
Let's go ahead and have the three of you roll initiative, or I'll roll for Curie.
All right. Let's go. Fight. See, this is exactly what this is why I stay in the back. My dude.
Oh, there it is. Oh, good. Oh, I didn't click myself. God. We're taking the 13, right?
Yes.
Okay. But I have to re-roll still, right?
Let me see if I can add one. There's a way to add one, I just don't know what it is. So, yes, please re-roll.
Sure.
13.
What is Curie's reaction? Yeah, which one of us is faster?
Let's see. Reaction 3.
Yeah, she goes before I do.
Okay. Very good. Nova.
Amazing. I'm going to ambidextrously shoot at the two of them.
Okay, so it's gonna be one roll because you're gonna split your dice pool. So we'll take the first half of the dice pool for one guy and the second half for the other guy. It's still pretty good. Let's see. So you got 19. So it looks like it's pretty evenly split, 5 on 5.
Oh, you know what I want to do? I want to spend 2 of my edge to make one of those 4s a 5.
Which one? Left guy or right guy?
Left guy.
Okay. So here's the left guy who's taking 6 hits. Okay. And the right guy who's taking 5 hits. That's a terrible roll. They are both still up, but they are definitely injured.
Amazing. I turn around and look over my shoulder and say, "Welcome to the party."
So at this point, I'm playing a little fast and loose with timing. The elevator door opens, and it is Mr. Bell's turn. Just in time to hear Nova say, "Welcome to the party."
I immediately quick draw my pistol, and I'll take a shot at the guy. You're shooting the guy on the right?
I hit them both.
Oh, okay. I'll shoot the guy on the left.
Yeah, they both look injured.
And what did you say? How many meters is each square? 1, right? You said
1 meter. Yeah. So you're in the near range still.
I have gun kata, so I could probably shoot them from right on their toes. So I'll start running and gunning actually as far as I can.
So
Actually, I won't pass Nova.
Yeah, so minor action move is up to 10 meters.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll just go 5.
Okay.
I won't pass Nova, and I'll take a shot at the guy on the left.
Okay. And your attack rating is?
Rating. Matrix AR new.
I guess I could look that up.
Wouldn't it be next to my
Yeah, it's next to pool. If you go to core and then it says core combat info, you'll see your Ares Predator, pool, and then damage, and then C and M.
And it'll be the N.
Oh, 10.
10. 10. All right, so no edge is exchanged. Defense roll. I'm going to spend 2 points of professional rating to make a 4 into a 5, so that will miss.
I will spend.
Do the same. Do the same.
Give an out note. I'll spend 2 to negate 1. Is that what it is?
Yes. But that just pulls off of their pool.
Oh, never mind.
You can
what did
just
you do?
spend you can spend 2 to turn a 4 into a 5.
Yeah, which will then have you hit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do the same.
Yeah.
Rick knows what she's talking about.
All right. And the thing I forgot to do before is I need to roll the wild die on this soak test. That's unfortunate. Ooh. That is unfortunate. That removed his one hit.
Oh, wow.
So that guy goes down. Violet. You now have a gun.
I do. It looks like our friends who can fire have got this under control with these guards here. So I'm gonna start snooping around where they were standing before, like, the one guy ran away.
Okay. He was standing here. So you see here, there's a terminal, and next to it there's what looks to be some medical equipment that he was messing with.
Okay. I don't think I know anything about medicine. I don't.
Yeah, it would take a biotech roll.
Yeah. It is a different character. Can I use a like an enhanced perception to, like, observe the area in detail?
Yeah, and then you can sort of recount it later to see what happens, or see what other people can figure out. What you can figure out later. Yeah. So go ahead and we'll say you've done that, and then I'll ask you for the roll later to figure out how well you've remembered it.
Okay. And yeah, so the observe in detail is the major action then?
Yes.
Awesome.
Is it a major action? It is a major action, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Actually, it does allow a perception test, so go ahead and make the perception test in case there's other stuff you want to see.
Okay. Ooh, actually a good one this time.
That is pretty good. And did you get your bonus in there for the enhanced perception?
The enhanced perception gives me an edge.
Edge,
So
okay.
I did
Very
take that
good.
into account.
Okay. Yeah, so you think you've sort of observed in detail whatever this is. It looks to be some sort of a cyber technology experiment. But without biotech, you're not going to be too conversant with what it is. But you think you have it in enough detail you can recount it later for later analysis. For now, there's a gunfight going on.
Show it to me. I have biotech.
And at this point, you hear the klaxons start blaring, and there's a red alert goes off.
Uh-oh.
So there's definitely a loud noise. Shuri's going to step out. Figure, well, the gun people have this under control. And she's going to start recasting her spells.
On brand.
Fisher.
All right. So Fisher looks around. They're shooting. He doesn't want to fire a gun, but he goes, you can mess with the computers in a little bit. Help your friends. All right. So I'm going to minor action walk up in front of Mr. Bell because he's tiny and I'm giant. And I'm going to
shove him out of the way, basically.
Yeah. And you see him with pull out his weapon, which you've never seen before. He looks at it, takes sort of a deep breath, aims it at the guy that's still there. It's a crime Varmin stocked pistol. And I should be, I'm moving here. I'm so big compared to everyone. So yeah, I'm shooting at the guy that's left there.
Okay.
And so I just roll this primary ranged weapon thing. I just click that.
Yes, you should be able to click on the name of the weapon under primary.
It's
and
not
it should
gonna
roll.
do much. I'm gonna try. Yeah.
So one hit.
Yeah. Let's just re-roll those last two. 2d6.
Dice
I'm
pool.
spending two. Yeah, I'm not a shooter, but everyone said I should. So that is
2 more hits. So you hit 3. You got 3 hits.
I got as much as I can get. This is
You got as much as you can get.
prime. So my aim is true. It might miss, but I am doing as best as I can.
That wild die is loving me tonight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he flops over,
but he's not dead because I shoot gel rounds. So the guy slumps over, not dead, and I go, "Gee, is that really so hard? We could just incapacitate people instead of actually murdering."
Nova's turn.
I turn and look at Fisher and I say, "Did you know that in 2007 in Seattle, a flood trapped a woman in the basement and she died?"
I want to. Is there like a Seattle history roll? Because I might know that.
We have the knowledge, right?
You have the area knowledge. I'll let you roll a memory test for that.
Yes.
This is where the game really plays.
this is where these are the
knowledge.
That
It's all about the facts.
Brain games against teammates.
Wait, when I go to LARP, those are the characters I build. Are like knowledge and history, and I like knowing things because I think maybe I don't like not knowing in real life. So,
yeah, you remember the truth of the matter.
I go, yeah, I did hear that, and you hear like this like giddy like nerd like excitement sort of begin to bubble up as he's like, yeah. And what was really creepy about that entire thing, and it's a bit more than you signed on for.
Fisher, did you know that the government doesn't inspect building basements unless someone reports them?
Oh no, I did not know that. But thank you for sharing.
You're welcome. I'd like to continue on. I put Wheels back in his chair and I roll him.
There's not much left of Wheels, but yeah, you can do that.
All right.
Can I look for a computer
Yes.
anywhere nearby here that I can sort of mess with?
Oh, I'd wave to you. Or wave you over to the station that I was at.
Cool. I'm gonna go over there and roll me some biotech. Actually, I forgot to turn those off, so I should have no edge. Biotech, you said?
Biotech, yes,
Yeah.
and logic.
Yeah.
Okay. This is definitely some sort of cyber implant being worked on. Some sort of headwear.
I'm just glad it gives me edge. So that's really why I wanted to roll it. Thank you for sharing your find. I share that.
Okay.
I want to hack into this though. Like I want to see what data I can get off of it. I want to steal data.
And then because you've played so many Matrix games, and this is one of those tropes that pops up in Matrix games, you do recognize this. This cyber implant looks small enough that it looks to you like a Cortex bomb.
Oh, that's no bueno.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing you implant in somebody's neck,
And
then you can kill them.
Yeah. That's not great. Okay.
But we are sort of out of order.
Yeah.
Because it is their turn. And you are over here because you're looking at computer stuff.
Yeah, and the guy on the right is alive, but incapacitated.
Yep. Let's see. So the guy that ran away comes back out along with two others.
For a second, I considered going full KO and just killing the guy incapacitated.
You can totally do that. Like, there's nothing like saying you can't. I just try to talk about a different way.
I'm a different person on Thursdays.
Yeah, tune into our Tuesday night Shadowrun 5 game for all the shenanigans KO gets up to.
Got it.
So these guys come out and they're going to fire. Let's see. New person. So two of them will fire at Nova. One of them will fire at Mr. Bell.
You mean they're firing at Wheels?
So for this last and final time, I will give you the half cover benefit for Wheels.
Excellent.
So you and only you will get +2 to your defense roll.
Amazing. And then once Wheels is done, I'm gonna have to go get Wheels the second from upstairs.
Or the one that's right behind you.
Any of these dudes. You could just put them in the chair.
So the first at Nova. Oof. Second at Nova.
Eesh. Oh.
So the first one is barely a hit. That second one is a miss.
I am going to spend 2 edge to turn a 4 into a 5, maybe?
Yep, that'll do it.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Bell, this one's coming at you. Wow, okay. Mr. Bell's getting off light with that roll.
How's Mr. Bell dodge it? Does he like twirl around? Does he like? I need to know more of the creepy stuff Mr. Bell does.
His body just suddenly does this.
Yeah, I'm probably just facing forward, and I just like kind of scoot back a little bit and just look at him.
Do you smile at the end of it?
I don't stop smiling. I never stop smiling.
Mm, great.
He's got the real Burger King energy going on.
Yeah, fully.
So your wheels flops out of the chair once again. He is torn to shreds by the rounds that have hit him. One of the wheels on the chair busts.
Wheel. Wheel.
And so this whole contraption is on the floor in front of you.
Well, he's done.
He really wanted that to go away.
Curie continues to say, "Yes, they've got this." Another casting.
Oh.
Mr. Bell.
Having just gotten fired at and missed, I'll turn. As I turn around, I have my knife out now, so I've got my gun in one hand and my knife in the other hand, and I'm gonna sprint towards the one on the right, and I'll spend an edge. I hope I do this right. Spend an edge to do a tumble melee attack. I think that's what it is. And if I... where's my cheat sheet?
Oh, yeah. So, let's see here. Yeah, so this is a melee attack. It costs you 1 edge.
And if the damage inflicted is greater than the target's body, then they're prone.
Yes.
So I'm going to attempt to basically slide across the floor and slash that guy's Achilles.
Ooh.
Spend the edge, sorry. The combat. Come on. Numbers. Wow. That sucks. Let me... I got it.
That is terrible.
+1 to single die roll. You did. Oh, can I? No. 3 hits would suck. I'll just pay 2 edge to roll 2. I think that's the best I can do.
Okay. Let me get before you commit that. Let me get his defense roll on the table.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Oh, I win that, don't I?
You do win that.
Can I not spend the edge?
Yeah, so that's why I stopped you and said before you commit that. And what is the attack? What is the attack rating of that weapon?
12. Close is 12.
Okay. You do gain an edge from that.
Sweet.
3P. Okay. So it's 3P. He's got... So he takes no damage from that. It does hit him, but it runs into enough of his armor that he doesn't take any damage from it.
Yeah. Can I be behind him?
Yeah, you can move through him.
Like
Part of your sort of tumble attack, you sort of slide.
Yeah. Slide through, try to slash at his Achilles, end up behind.
You can certainly do that. So that brings us to Violet.
All right. I am going to break out a weird song. All and since Nova asked what my weapon is, and I am going to sing a song called The Windshield and the Bug. And it is sometimes you're the windshield and sometimes you're the bug. And it's a story about how me and my friends are going to just kill all these guys. And they are the bugs and we're the windshield.
Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. A truer statement never was said.
So I am going to. So enthralling performance is a minor action, and it is a charisma plus magic roll to get them entranced or distracted, that sort of thing.
So I will let you know before you roll that. Since they're actively in combat, they will not be enthralled.
Okay.
It specifically gives an out for viewers who are attacked.
Yes.
Or threatened or otherwise shocked out of it.
What I was really hoping for was a distraction to lower defenses or give an edge to teammates or something like that.
I will let you do that. So you can use that and make a roll and gain whatever edge comes from that, and then distribute edges you like.
Yeah, that's an excellent plan. I would love to do that.
Okay.
Charisma plus magic. Oh, very sad.
And you'll gain an edge on that test.
Okay. Well, I am full up on edge. No, I'm sorry. That puts me at 6. Right.
It sounds like a perfect number to start distributing.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm going to send 2 edge to each active teammate. So to Amber and Mr. Bell and Fisher.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So is that the 2 for 1, or can I just give them 2?
It is 2 for 1.
Okay.
So you spend 2 to give them 1.
So everybody gets an extra edge then.
Okay, so you're spending all 6 of your edge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thanks, Bob.
Very, very good. Fisher.
Yeah, I'm gonna hack into the matrix around here.
So you're gonna hack in. All right. So as soon as you do so, you do notice this area is disconnected from the matrix at large. There is as you sort of look around, you see the signs of wireless inhibiting paint, and you think you're probably something like 20 or 30 meters underground. However, there is a host that you might potentially access.
All right. So this is just noob question time. Sorry. How does that affect Overwatch? Are they still like watching even though it's not connected to the matrix at large?
Yes, because it has its own. Let's see, I forget how it works in 6th Ed, but I know in 5th Ed at least there's a demigod, as it were. There's God and there's demigod.
I mean, hey, you brought up Deus Ex Machina. It's good. It works for me. I'm hacking it.
Yes,
I'm gonna try to.
So those are still a thing. So yes, there is a demigod. So you're still concerned about conversion.
Yep. Just was making sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is to try to get access to this host.
Okay. So you'll need to do either a probe to create a back door, or brute force.
Let's do.
Depending on how fast you want to do this.
I mean, my friends are literally getting shot in the other room. I'm gonna brute force hack this.
Okay.
So. Don't say I don't like you. What role is this?
This is a hacking plus logic.
Nice. I like hacking plus
logic. I need to pull up a couple other character sheets real quick.
Bye.
It's fine.
Don't do that.
So that
It's those Matrix
and
defense
that.
things that they probably have, because if they're off the grid here, they might as well secure it, right? So
All right. So you bash your way onto the host,
mhm.
and then go ahead and make a matrix perception test. So electronics plus intuition.
I'm
Wow.
going to re-roll those three. Can you re-roll ones? Can I do it when I spend edge to re-roll?
You
two
determine
dice?
which dice you roll.
Cool. Then I'm gonna.
It's a nifty way to get out of glitches
Yeah,
in this edition.
got it. 26.
So those
So
3 are
5.
hits. Very good.
Wow.
I mean,
Okay,
there's only
so
6 sides on a.
yeah, so this host takes the form of a sort of a sound stage, and there is definitely a guitarist in the
Ah,
host.
Oh,
okay. So you see, sort of as Fisher walks in, his avatar sort of shows up. It's this spooky sort of skull-looking, like, fisherman of death. It's very video game, very
Okay.
like edgelordy, because he likes to be cool. It's got a face that's kind of like transitioning between like a smile and an angry face and a sad face. It's like very like cyber ghost.
Okay.
Like, and sort of he walks up and he starts going, I think I'm here for the concert.
this ominous ghost rolls up.
Yeah. I mean, that's
So
what I
guys,
do. Yeah.
I like it. So
There's not
guys,
much subtlety. He's not cool like anonymous. He's more like just a nice guy who likes to have fun. 26 hits.
that's not actually the number of hits. That's the
Okay.
result.
That's the result. Okay.
And I need to roll. Oh, let's see if I can do this as a separate roll. I think that works. That's a terrible roll. Violet, what is your reaction?
My reaction is a 5.
5. What is your intuition?
My intuition is also a 5.
Okay, your intuition saves you from that. All right. So let's see. That brings us to Nova.
Okay, I'm going to shoot 2 of them. No, I'm just gonna hit one. I'm gonna step a little closer and hit one.
Okay. So you can step up to. Okay, so that'll put you in close range, which is the first range increment. And what is your close range AR?
8.
8. Okay. So no edge is exchanged. Go ahead and make your attack. That wild die loves me tonight. So let's see. That is 4, 8, 6, 5. Okay, so he takes a pretty moderate hit, but is still up.
Okay, then I'm gonna move away.
Yeah, you still have about 8 I think it's 8 meters of movement left.
Great.
You got this, Mr. Bell.
Which one did you hit?
Oh, did you?
Your ankle biter.
Oh, the ankle biter. Okay.
The guy that I was okay.
So you're.
I will take a shot at his right thigh, behind his right thigh, with my gun, and I will stick the guy on the right with my combat knife.
So keep that in mind. There are other people going before you.
Oh. Did that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So Nova just went. Now, if
I thought it was my turn.
no, it is not your turn. Sorry.
How did? I thought Curie was after me for some reason.
She was until
she did the speed up spell
until she amped up.
I need to get one of those.
Maybe you guys could become friends and she could teach you.
So the guitarist sort of strums in the Matrix, in the host, and says, "Bring. You really don't want to be here." Then you got 3 guys out here. One of them will give chase and see all the trouble he's landed himself in. But he'll still take a shot at Nova.
No, wheels, rip. I'm going to spend all of my ash that I've accumulated. Thank you to Violet. And I'm going to reroll my fails.
Okay. Very good.
Oh, 8. Yay.
He does miss you. Let's see. So the other 2 are going to shoot at Mr. Bell.
Eesh. The danger sense, does that add dice to my defense?
It does.
So do I just do that manually after each roll?
You should be able to activate modifiers.
Oh.
And then put in the modifier when it asks you for it.
I click defense.
Okay, so then you'll have to roll 2 more dice. Is it 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll have to roll 2 more dice manually.
Stuck.
All right, and then your second defense roll.
How do I do how would I do modifiers, did you say?
So there should be a button at the top of your sheet. And at the very top of your character sheet, this says modifiers. Click that so it's on.
Modifiers.
And then it should ask you when you roll what your modifiers are.
And I put +2?
Yes. That's still going to hit you unless you've got some edge fund to spend.
Yeah. Jesus. Or if I do spend 4 edge, is that for both rolls or just one of them?
Just one of them.
Oh,
That's right. Yeah. In this case, you might want to spend 1 or 2 to make me re-roll 1 or 2 dice.
For both of the guys or just for?
Or for one.
Okay. Yeah, I'll spend 2 to make this guy roll 2.
Okay. So that will miss you. The other guy will hit. Although if you have enough edge, you could do that to him as well. But you need to get rid of 4 hits for that to work.
I'll just try it and survive it.
Okay. Very good. So go ahead and make a soak test.
Does anything I have, like the danger sense doesn't affect the soak, right?
No.
No.
Generally, this is just a body test.
Okay. Jesus.
Ooh. So that is 7 boxes of physical.
Ow. That hurts a lot.
So Mr. Bell takes a pretty serious shot right in the chest. And with that, we'll come to Mr. Bell, but we'll wait on Mr. Bell's turn until after our mid-session break, since we're at the 10 o'clock hour. So we'll be back in 10. Somebody want to read?
Yeah, while you're waiting, don't forget to get your free entry to win a Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition by typing #REMPC in the chat. You can get additional entries to win by going to our donation page, remalternus.com/Nuyen or patreon.com/remalternus. All donations can help us pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. And our biggest donors can have a message read at the end of the episode by a cast member of their choice. So check it out.
All right, we'll see you in 10.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
The earth has changed. All that once was is no more. Cities renamed. Power reshaped. Races reborn. Reality reimagined. Violence unleashed. The earth has changed. She no longer sleeps. She has awakened.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first-timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
And welcome back. We're in the heat of battle right now. Mr. Bell has just taken a pretty serious shot. It is now his turn. So hopefully Mr. Bell can return the favor.
Yeah, I'm had other ideas, but I'm just gonna shoot him in the head.
All right.
I imagine I'm a little disoriented now. Oh. Oh.
Oh, that's interesting. So I rolled a 5, a 1, a 2, and a 1. The wild die removes all 5s, leaving a critical glitch.
Do I kill him a lot? Like, is that what happens with a critical?
Yeah, so this guy falls over.
Hear me out. He kills them so hard that they all just die.
Intimidation, is that like a major or a minor action?
I will let you do that as a minor action because you just killed a guy.
Okay.
Right in front of the guy who presumably you're trying to intimidate.
Yeah, and so I'll look up and I imagine I have blood coming out of my mouth. I just got messed up. And then just the yellow lights in my eyes are peering out through the sunglasses that I'm wearing now. And I just kind of look at him with my my bleeding knife, and I'll roll intimidation.
Okay.
And I'll take the 2 edge for first impression. Where's my? There.
Now I feel like the sunglasses made it worse.
Yeah, I don't know if there is a way to improve on that.
They're never intimidated. No, it just ruined it. Actually, the sunglasses made it. He's not intimidated.
It was too polarized, and the yellow light didn't come through.
Yeah. But I still get the edge, right?
Yeah, you still get the edge, and
Cool.
You still killed one guy.
Nice.
Violet.
Are there rolly chairs down here?
You have not seen any yet.
Okay. Is there anything loose that I could use as an improvised weapon?
Sure. There are a whole bunch of assorted medical bobs and tools.
Okay, I'm gonna take a medical tool that looks scariest to me, and try and hit this guy right here.
Okay. Are you trying to like smack him with it, or are you throwing it at him?
I'm gonna try and smack him with it.
Okay.
But I may learn how to throw things later. That sounds like a
So
great
good
idea.
and move yourself up. These poor guys. I've rolled so many 1s and wild dice tonight.
Ah,
Roll 20 giveth, and roll 20 taketh away. So that brings us to one of my people. Okay, they're moving. Fisher. So you hear as you're sort of in the Matrix, you're looking at the guitarist. The guitarist says to you, "Are you here to take me away?"
I mean, that's not my initial goal. My goal is to find someone and to make sure they're okay.
Go ahead and make a memory test for me, please.
Yeah. Oh no, this is the person who was working with.
Okay. Yeah. So I wasn't quite clear if you'd remembered that.
Yeah.
This is your target, you think?
Yeah. But we were trying to get them reunited with their brother, right? That's
Yes.
the goal. Yeah. So I go, we were sent here to make sure you were okay. It looks like you're okay. So your brother is looking for you. And he asked us to find you and make sure you were safe. The drummer guy, right?
So you tell the little drummer boy sent you.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to do anything else?
While I have her sort of not attacking me, I want to look around and see if I can notice anything about the Matrix sort of defense systems or anything that she might have set up that I can tell because I have Matrix security and countermeasures and those kinds
So go ahead and take an edge for that. You do notice that there is patrol ice running.
Okay. Good to know.
There is also black ice running, though it has not yet done anything to you yet.
All right.
So that'll bring us to Nova.
Okay, since I can't move and shoot people twice, I am just going to double tap this one guy in front of me.
Okay, so you're spending 2 major actions for this guy then.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you can hit him with that, hit him with that. Oh, I'm not convinced this wild die button actually works on this sheet.
I am. I'm convinced it's doing its best job.
I am not. And it also says rolling 1 equals 1. So that wild die is not working. I'll have to do it manually.
I think our rolls are broken too.
So I'm using so it's a different character sheet than the one you guys have. Because I have these guys set up on, so if you like drop down the type of character, I have these guys set up on the grunt character sheet, which is a much less complicated character sheet, but also has way fewer options. But I digress a little bit. This guy takes a double tap to the head and goes down. So that'll bring us to okay. So the guitarist says to you, Fisher, if you're ready to come get me from the elevator, take a right, a left, and loop around. Beware the one that looks like me. And then their turn. this guy is going to pull out his stun baton at Mr. Bell. Jeez.
I think I have a minor left. Dodge?
Yeah, yes. Dodge. We'll add your 3 dice from athletics.
There's no button for that, right? I just do
It'll
modifier?
it'll be a modifier. So remember, you got 3 for your
2 for
2 for danger sense and 3 for dodge.
cool. Hey.
Hey, that works. So he misses you with the stun baton. Fury.
Oh, they've got it.
Yes, they've got it. I'm not going to waste magic on that one guy.
My response is anytime now, princess.
Oh, you don't have it then. Very well. And nope, that's an area spell.
I think your choice actually is right, because the person that she would have to consider saving is me, and I don't think that she would.
You know what? You're right about that.
Yeah.
As compensation for that, I will award you an edge.
Oh, sweet.
It is your turn now.
Okay. I'm gonna spend 4, and I'm gonna shoot this guy twice.
Okay.
Two full.
So
full,
a 4 edge action to shoot twice.
Hey, if I spend 5, there's that thing where you can. What is it?
A 5 edge action.
Use your creativity to do a thing.
Oh, there's a.
I can't just I kill this guy, right? That's not what that is, right?
Oh yeah, create special effect.
Oh, really? I could murder this guy for 5 edge?
It's not meant to be a myrtleizing effect.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
It's meant to be a creative special effect that affects the environment.
Oh. What about if I use his blood to paint the walls? Is that a an environmental change? he dies as a result. No, I'll just shoot the guy twice.
Okay.
So here's one. And you have to defend first, right? Before I roll the second one?
Yeah.
Jeez. And here's 2. Oh, better.
That is it. Okay. Right. So he is injured but still up. Okay, surprisingly tough. Violet.
I will get right up. Oh, wait, do I have any more actions? Minor actions? I do, right? I just want to move up next to him. Just a shift.
Yeah. So you can do that. So you have him eye to eye.
Yeah.
Violet.
Excuse me. I am going to use my major action for my 3-dimensional memory and start walking and trying to avoid gunfire as I'm walking around.
Okay.
So I'll head this way first.
You do see over this way, there is another door that looks kind of like the elevator door you stepped out of.
And I'll say that over the comms. That I know y'all are real busy, but there is another elevator door over here.
Also, I found who we're looking for. Is what you hear over the comms back to you.
Okay, and then
Oh, is it my turn?
not quite.
Oh,
It's about to be, because this character does not get an attack. Oh yes, here we go. So there's a very clear reason why I have Spinner in quotation marks on that particular character sheet. This is someone who looks very much like Spinner, but who has fingertip compartments with monofilament whips on each hand.
Oh Jesus! Bye, guys.
And they are not close enough to it, or they spent too much of their action to get there, so they do not get attack. But she's doing this sort of whiplash thing. It is now Fisher's turn.
all right. So the first thing you hear yelled is, there is a fake spinner that I was told to look out for. So if you see spinner and they aren't after the directions I give you, they're not the right one. Be careful. And I just tell them, hey, from the elevator, it's that right, the left, and then I'll go around. So, yep. And then I would start heading in that direction. So from the elevator, turning right, and then turning left, or trying.
Okay, so you get up to here, and you definitely see Mr. Bell.
I'm gonna start shooting.
And you see a spinner.
Yeah, I'm gonna start shooting.
Who are you shooting?
I want to give Mr. Bell an opportunity to get away. So the dude on the ground, or the dude he's fighting.
So let me clear this up a little bit. This guy's gone, this guy's gone, this guy's gone, and these two guys are gone.
Yeah, it's just the dude right next to him, right?
Yeah, it's just the one dude right next to him and the spinner with 2 monofilament whips.
Yeah. I go, okay, Mr. Bell, it's time to stop playing. Let's head this way, please. As I start shooting at the dude who's right in combat with him. I'm not a great shot. The last one was a fluke, so have fun. At least I'm trying though, right? What was that? Yep. Sounds about right. Zero hits. Ooh. I have no more edge. No.
Okay.
I get for not
so that will miss.
We had a good run.
We had a good run.
Yep. Nope. That was me trying. And that's all 10 of my movement, right? Or how I don't even have 10. I have.
You probably have another couple meters you can move.
I want to get as close to Mr. Bell as I can, even
So
though
you can get like right up in melee with the with the guy.
Yeah. That's
right.
me.
Nova. You know what? We'll put you here in case Nova decides to shoot.
Choices. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna come out and shoot.
All right, so you step out. And who are you shooting?
Well, we go ahead and shoot this person.
Okay. So she takes a pretty solid hit, but is still up.
Great. I'm gonna use the last of my movement and move back 2 meters.
What? There's another. Oh, yes. Now she'll shoot. So she'll take 1 drain for that. Okay, and then I need a soak from. Okay, so Spinner is looking pretty bad at this point. Mr. Bell.
So I shot at him once. He deflected it. I came back. I shot him again. I'm going to spin around this side of him, and I'm going to stick him with my combat knife.
Okay. And what is your attack rating with that?
From closest 12.
12. Okay, so you gain an edge for that.
Nice.
All right, so that takes this guy down. As you stab him right through the armor, and he sort of slumps over onto you, and you sort of guide him down to the floor.
If I have movement left, I'd like to go away.
Yeah, get behind me. I provide cover.
You still have plenty of movement left.
I'm actually gonna go away. Can I get behind this wall? Yeah, I'll get behind this wall.
Yeah.
You just see me look at you and smile, Fisher, the blood in my teeth. And I just kind of clutch myself and hobble away.
I don't feel like he's really that happy about all of this. Why is he always smiling?
Violet.
I would like to, for my minor action, use empathic sense on the spinner that we see before us. And
Okay.
that gives me, well, let me make a roll first. We'll see if it actually does anything.
Yeah, let's see if it gives you anything. But it's essentially in a sensing role, but just for emotional states, right?
Yeah, emotional states, whether they're sick, whether they're awakened, or Technomancer, which is what I'm trying to. That's my goal, is to determine if she is the real spinner or not. Because we know that the real spinner is a Technomancer, so that's.
Oh,
what
it
I've
does
done.
give you that. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so it's like diet.
Oh, so really the only thing it really doesn't give you is like where.
Yeah, also I don't get auras. I just get general feeling
Okay.
about it.
All right, so go ahead and make that check. 3. So this person is mundane.
All right, and then I want to.
As far as emotional state, it's kill, kill.
Perfect.
And about that tone, it's very sort of dead in the soul.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give it a go and try and do a use a commanding voice to try and convince her that there's another way. That we don't all need to die here today.
Okay.
That is 4 hits, and that gives me an edge back because I use empathic sense with a social test. Yeah, I only have 1 level in it, so it only lasts for 1 round.
Okay. So she sort of stares at you through the. So she doesn't move, but she really stares at you through the commanding voice. It says, "That's not a choice I get to make."
Well,
Fisher.
that's so sad, sweetheart. And I will let the group know that that is not the real spinner.
Yes.
Phew, because I already shot at her.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it wasn't the real spinner, but I'm glad you were trying. A for effort. I'm going to. She's using a hand that has a whip in it, right?
No. So what happens is, a fingertip compartment is basically your fingertip unscrews,
Yeah.
and it is connected to the rest of your hand by a monofilament wire.
Got it.
And you use that to swing it around. The fingertip then becomes the weighted end of the monofilament whip.
Got it.
So it's implanted. It's part of her.
Right. Okay. Let's see. I just feel like I am not so bad at shooting that it like defeats the purpose of trying. But like, there's not really much I could do.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess I'm shooting at her. Even though I would rather not, like, yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, you'd really rather not shoot.
Yeah. Uh
This thing has more kick than your Matrix game gun.
Yeah, it's not as fun. I like my Matrix games.
You get headshots all the time on that. It doesn't translate somehow.
Yeah, it's my turn.
Nova.
Okay, I'm just gonna use small unit tactics to take some cover while I shoot from being partially hidden.
Yeah, you can just make that happen. It kind of goes right along the slope of the wall.
Ooh.
Reroll two. Reroll 2 of your hits, please.
All right.
You remember?
Yes.
Yes, I do recall. You know what, Bob? You can do the same, but I'll go ahead and go first.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
That's a gamble I'm willing to make.
That's amazing. Okay. And with that, she goes down.
All right, so the real spinner is supposed to be this way, so I turn left up at this hallway.
And we'll go ahead and drop out of rounds at this point.
Yeah.
I want to pat down any of the guards looking for med kits.
Oh, I have a med kit I can do on you, actually.
Still want to
I carry,
find
like,
if
10.
they've got any.
I have like 10. Do you really not want to use one of the 10 I have? Because I can throw all my stuff away. I mean,
you're
use found loot.
You're over there. I'm over here doing that. So you can certainly use yours, but I'm already looking through to see if they've got med kits.
Yeah, so from over there, you don't see that the guys are carrying any med kits. You do, however, see med kits that are laying on the tables.
Oh, okay.
I definitely rifle through pockets.
And they're not really packed up as med kits, but there are tools and stuff there that you can use as a med kit. It would take you some time to package it all up to form a portable med kit.
Can I take it quickly and just take it?
Yeah, so you could roll out like a claw, like open up your jacket and just throw stuff in and carry it like a satchel. But
oh, it's like that? No, that's fine.
That's what you have to do it fast.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I'm bleeding, so
it's
like one of those things where you're just kind of like grabbing at whatever's around.
Yep. So you can use that to go ahead and make a first aid test on yourself if you'd like.
Sure. This is biotech.
Let's see. So this is going to be yes, it's biotech.
Logic.
Yes.
Well, I think I have analytical mind. Do I get an edge?
You do.
Hey. Do I get any pluses for that?
You don't get any pluses for that. Let's see. Yeah, you don't get any pluses for that, but your essence is 6, right?
I'm not defined by my essence, Bob. No.
Yeah, you're
6.
Yeah, you're an adept.
Yeah.
So your threshold is essentially -1. So whatever hits you roll +1 is what you're going to get.
Okay.
So you'll get 2 boxes.
Okay.
So heal 2 boxes of physical. That is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, when you have time to sit down, you'll be able to do the full med kit.
Okay. And then I will join the rest of the group with my hand in my coat, kind of holding myself. Yeah. You're welcome to offer now, Fisher.
I absolutely will not. What you see instead is Fisher's messing around with his own biomonitor and looking at the med kit that he has in his pack, and he's like, we pay for things, people don't want to use them. It's cool.
Bro, I didn't deny you. I'm across the room.
Amazing. While they're having a lover spat, I go ahead and check around the corner of the hallway.
Okay.
I just smile.
You go up there, and I'll go ahead and reveal that piece, and we'll reveal this piece.
Fisher, you said it was to the right and then left?
So it's to the right from the main place in the elevator that would lead us to this hallway, to the left here, and then around. So I take it around this hallway is what I would believe.
Oh, stealth. Please.
Sure. Wow.
Thanks, Roll20.
Wait, I want to do stealth too. Sorry, I want to do stealth as well.
Ooh, attribute mastery. I think that means I get an edge.
It does.
Look at that.
Nice. This is a closed door.
Oh yeah, so I need to reveal those. So this is sort of a storage closet, and then this is a desk with a terminal there.
Be behind our strong person.
What are they storing in this storage closet?
So that is the we'll call it the broom closet. So that's all the cleaning supplies.
Oh.
So
I'm like a small tree and there's a mountain behind me.
Oh.
No, it's okay. You can squish me. It's fine.
Okay. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah, so you guys come around and you see there's a what looks to be a little vestibule here with two doors leading off up and down. Well, north and south.
So this is as far as the directions get us around this corner. I'm not sure. I take it probably the room above because that would be more around, right? Like that would be a full circle. So
I kick in the door.
So this door's open. This is a door up here that is closed, and this is a door down here that's closed.
can I try to hack the one to the north?
Sure.
Yes.
And I'll kick in the door to the south.
So you can make a spoof command, which is a hacking plus logic.
Yay. Good for me.
Yay, logic test.
I'll stand between you guys with my picking tools. Like silence.
I'm here for moral support.
Damn, nice.
All right, so you open the door, and what you do see is I'll go ahead and reveal that. You see in a on a hospital bed, sort of strapped down to the bed, is Spinner.
I did it. Da, 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 da. You hear a little sound over your comms. I've programmed it.
Well, that's a nice little tune.
And she is unconscious. And she's hooked up via trodes to, you surmise she must be hooked up to the host.
Yeah.
And she's got various. She got an IV going at each arm.
Can I hook the biomonitor I have up to her life signs as we are like sort of trying to safely remove her from it?
Yes.
Awesome.
So you can do that. So it's like a little wristband that you can sort of put on a wrist, and it sort of it reads kind of the same as the nearby monitors are. She is sedated. A weird thing is, if she were really sedated, you would not be seeing her in the host. Because unconscious hackers can't hack.
But she's a technomancer, right?
Right.
So.
But even so, if she's you know enough that if she's like knocked unconscious, she's knocked offline.
Right. Could she be in the astral something or? Sorry, I'm trying to understand how this.
Yeah. So as far as you know, there is no such thing as mixing astral with matrix.
Got it. So she's in there. She's just kind of fake unconscious, or I mean, the monitor says she's unconscious. That's so.
Go ahead and make a biotech roll.
Ooh,
because I know you have that.
I do.
And I'll give you an edge for one of your matrix knowledge skills.
Yay. And biotech is going to give me another one. So let's see. I have.
Yep. So you gain 2 edge for that test.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 is enough. You get the sense, and Curie sort of this will be another. This will be another case in which you and Curie agree on something. As if we couldn't make things more awkward. The two of you come to the conclusion that whatever this Technomancer is, her residence has been, for lack of a better term, dislodged from her body.
Okay.
That is, even if you were to pull the body out, you're not sure the resonance would come with.
Okay. All right. So there's a little bit of a problem. Even if we take her out, we might not be getting the whole spinner. So we're not done yet. I rescind my sound effect.
Play backward.
I definitely kicked the door in to the south.
So you do kick the door in to the south, and so I'll go ahead and reveal the whole thing there. So here was another hospital bed with other IVs and such. That hospital bed is empty, but it has been laid in recently. And you see the sort of residual images on the biomonitor are of a dwarf female that looks kind of like Spinner.
Oh.
Except heavily cybered.
Yo!
And with that, we have reached our 11 o'clock hour. And so we'll go ahead and take our last 5-minute break of the session.
And while we're on a 5-minute break, don't forget to get your free entry to win a Shadowrun 6 World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition by typing hashtag REMPC in the chat. You can get additional entries to win by going to our donation page, remalternis.com/Nuyon, or our Patreon at patreon.com/remalternis. All donations go to help pay us, the cast and crew, and keep producing content for more awkward fan rides. And our biggest donors can have a message read at the end of the episode by a cast member of their choice. So go in there and check that out. And when we come back, there'll be a lot of hashtag REMPCs in the chat.
Awesome.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell! Spell!
Spells.
Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell! 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 Spell!
Oh, what the heck?
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
And welcome back. So we have just come upon the the unconscious body of Spinner, and Fisher and Curie have come to an agreement that the mind of Spinner is apparently dislodged somehow. That is, the mind is separated from the body, and the resonance part of it has gone close, sort of halfway between the body and the Matrix. As much as it can be, because, well, the Matrix signal isn't that great down here. It's actually downright terrible. So you guys are talking with, I guess, amongst yourselves at this point. You're sort of gathered around the hospital bed with Spinner in it. And I think there was an idea of maybe wheeling her out.
Yeah. I guess let's take her body with us. Fisher, can you put us in contact with her?
Yeah. Type. And so you get through AR, you see through AR the guitarist. Are you here to take me away?
Yeah, you talked to our friend Fisher, who's already in here. So, like, how do we...
Yeah, the skull guy.
Yeah, how do we put you back in your body?
I'm not sure that's possible. We can try. If Fisher can wrangle, and she points over to the side, the tar baby ice that can put me back in my body, temporarily at least.
What do you mean temporarily?
I don't think it'll last. I can feel myself being pulled into the host, and maybe when we get out of the Matrix proper, that'll change. But this, whatever this code is that Leland gave me, it's weird.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that he needs to break through that ice? Tar ice?
Yes.
So he needs to break through the tar ice, you can temporarily get back into your body, and then we have to race out of here very quickly.
That sounds right.
How long do we have to get out of here?
I don't know.
Do we have to do it like where you are? Or is it something that we could get as close to the elevator as possible and then
Well, I
do
think
it?
before you unplug me, this has to happen. And you see AR, the guitarist is pointing toward the IVs and the various like biomonitors and stuff that she's hooked up to. You're eventually going to have to unplug the trodes, and if I'm not back there when the trodes are unplugged, I might die.
Oh, well, then I won't go look for a long cord.
Very well. And I leave the room and I start clearing the halls of bodies so that we can get out quick.
Okay.
I inspect this wall right here and consider it leaving a grenade to blow it up to get us out.
Oh boy.
Master exit. What do you think, Violet?
Well, I think that you can always make your own door. And that is definitely something my mama would say. So I support it.
What kind of things can Curie do? Asks Roland, not Mr. Bell.
What can you do to help the situation?
I don't know. I think this is more of a Matrix thing.
Well, maybe exit-wise.
Well, you seem to have it covered with grenades.
Wait, are you telling me you don't see anything wrong with my grenade idea?
Well, if you're going to blow it up, I would suggest you do it with grenades. But it can't take so long that we can't just wheel her around. It's not that long a distance.
Yeah, but we have an unknown amount of time.
Who's the fastest?
Well, if we're counting on it being seconds, then yes, you should use a grenade and make a duel. We're also going to have the problem of waiting for the elevator.
In the comms, no problem.
Or she would call it a lift. You have to wait for the lift.
I say in the comms, no problem. And as I'm clearing out bodies from the hallways, I head towards the elevator to hold the door open.
Okay, so you push the call button.
Yeah.
And it opens because the car is already there.
And I keep a hand in the elevator door.
Okay.
The whole time. Even while you guys are in the Matrix and doing the whole thing, I just stand there frozen.
So, is that what we're doing? Are you making a door?
I kind of want to see if there's an even faster way out. Like, is that other elevator?
Yes, didn't you mention another door?
Yeah, there's like another elevator shaft. Instead of going to the right, we could have gone left.
Yeah, so over on the far left side of the map, there's another door, another sliding door.
Very well, and I go towards that door.
All right.
Yeah, can you check that out and see what's up?
So you press the button, and this door opens. And what you see is not an elevator car, but first thing that happens is you get the scent of salt water. As you see basically it's hallway that turns into like a dock that's inside a low cave with room where it looks like you might dock a boat or a small submersible.
Of which there is none.
There is none. And then you can see sort of out onto, it's a fairly low overhang, and you can just see out what must be onto the Sound.
It appears there should be some sort of submersible or boat docked here, but there is none. Shall I go back to the other elevator?
Well, wait, you mean if we had a boat, we could get out quickly that way?
Likely.
Can you peep down the other hallway that's up there?
Very well.
Yes, you look down the hallway here, and it's basically the mirror image of the way you came in.
More tech. Is there an elevator too at the end of that?
Not an elevator so much as it is a there is a sliding door, and as you press the button and open it, you see what looks to be a storage closet that is large enough that it has an inflatable raft.
Found a raft.
Amazing. Can you get that raft blown up?
Absolutely. Is it like the kind of you need a you need like a motorized air pump to do?
It's like an emergency raft, so it's one of those things you spot the lollipop, you pull it, and it's going to self-inflate.
Oh, does that mean paddles?
Yes. Although you do see mounted on the wall, there is a small outboard motor.
All right, I'll spend the time that it takes them to do their business putting that all together.
Okay. So you pop out the inflatable raft, and I assume you're grabbing the small outboard motor?
I take the raft, I take it over to the water.
That's what I
open it up, back to the motor, haul the motor back, do the whole deal. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to trick you into opening it in the storage closet.
And then
I wonder what this does. Pop.
Whatever's difficult, you know? No.
You think it is large enough, but just large enough for the 6 of you.
Including our giant fisher?
Yes.
So I'm trying to figure out the blast radius of my grenade, and if there's a way for me to set it down or whatever in a way that like the debris won't injure us or her, or like, I don't know, knock out the power that might be going to the room that's keeping her alive.
Good thinking.
Well, this might be one of those things where you blow it at just the right time.
Cool. I'm gonna count to 3 and on 3.
Do you have a demolition skill?
No.
Is that
skill?
Or maybe that's a. I'm forgetting if that's a. Oh, sorry, engineering. Thank you.
That's a negative, Ghost Rider. I've got athletics, close combat, con, electronics, firearms, perception, and stealth.
Okay. So you basically just set the grenade there, and you're ready to pop it.
Does small unit tactics help at all, or Jeopardy trivia?
I think Jeopardy trivia.
You know what? Jeopardy trivia, I will give you an edge for it. As you recall, a Jeopardy question Jeopardy answer for which the question was, what is shaped charge? and you realize, hey, I'd really like to have an engineer to do that.
I have to take an online class, maybe.
Let me see what Fisher has. Does he have an engineering skill? No.
This is where the puzzle happens, though.
Yeah,
I'm covering the exit.
Well, you want to trade places? I can yell real loud if someone's coming.
Sure. As you wish. As you wish.
Amazing.
So Violet goes to hold the door open, and you see that sort of very small cove with now the inflatable raft with a small outboard motor. You kind of question whether or not everybody's going to fit in it. And then you look at it a bit more and you think, well, Possibly, but it's going to be a tight fit.
You're gonna be real good friends by the time this is
Yeah.
over.
Indeed. So I see then Mr. Bell then is going back to where you're going to set the grenade. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
And I tell all the slow pokes to go ahead and start getting their way over there too.
And Curie says at that point, well, I'll just be in the boat. All right, and Fisher's over here ready to unhook Spinner. You and Mr. Bell are hooking up the grenade.
Can I stand out here and blow this wall up?
That wall? Yeah, you could.
Can I tell what it's made out of and if this is gonna work?
What is your engineering skill?
2. It's agility based.
So this will be logic based. Yeah.
Yeah. Ah.
Huh? That is a bonus.
Mhm.
So you think if you plant it right, it'll blow through the wall neatly enough that you can roll a hospital bed through it.
Sweet.
Amazing. Let's do it.
All right.
So I'll wait on the opposite side, right where I'm posted, and in the comms, just say, "Let me know when you'd like me to blow the wall down."
Yeah, okay.
All right, here we go. So this point, by this point, Fisher is sort of doing his thing in the Matrix or on the host, essentially using the. I mean, he's having a rough time of it, but he's managed to wrangle this tar baby ice somehow to do its thing on Spinner's resonance. And he says, "I think we're ready."
Cool. Get that boat motor going. And I'm ready to push. I'm ready to push the bed and bucket down the hall.
All right. So at this point, we have the timing down. It is now time for Mr. Bell to make his engineering plus logic test.
I don't have anything that would assist that. No. All right.
You do have some. Do you have edge?
I do have some edge. Plus
Okay.
1, right?
Yeah, you're going to get 1 from this roll.
Hey, what happened? Let me try that again. Oh my God. 1, 3. What is 3 edged?
With that, you could re-roll 3 of your failures.
Yeah, I'll do that. That's about the best I can do, right?
Yeah, because you didn't roll any 4s.
Mm-hmm.
Can I spend 2 edge to give him 1 so you can reroll all his failures?
You can.
I'll do that.
Can Violet give me 1 and then I just spend 5 and make it just happen?
If you can cobble together 5, you could. This will count as an environmental change if you want to use the 5 edge spend.
Yeah, if you want to do that, I can definitely spend 2 to give you 1 and get you 5.
Okay, so you're going to use the 5 edge spend. This is the create special effect. It does take the grenade, so go ahead and mark that off. But what he's done is he's basically unscrewed the grenade, pulled out all the explosive, and sort of laid it around to make a sort of a makeshift door frame pattern. And he steps back, and it doesn't even have to step back that far. It sort of burns through the wall enough that part of that wall just sort of falls in, or falls out into the hallway. And then you're able to clear it out pretty quickly.
Sweet.
And then off goes the hospital bed.
Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
And then you sort of, as soon as you exit the door onto the dock, once you get onto the dock, you notice that you have matrix connectivity again. You've got at least 1 or 2 bars.
Does that mean freedom? Does that mean freedom?
That means freedom. So you sort of pile everybody into the boat, and you have to sort of lift. You have to lift Spinner's body into the boat.
There's a scene from a movie where they just kind of push a hospital bed, and then the body flies off the bed and into the boat. Can we get one of those?
You can certainly do that.
Amazing. Curie catch.
No. So Nova, it must be the Stuffer Shack loading dock in you that you just you like slam it at just the right moment. The wheels like snap into place, and the contents of the bed go flying out into the boat. And you guys all pile in, and it is a tight fit. You are all very close friends as we go to perhaps the most awkward boat ride of the episode.
What does it take to drive a boat?
It takes a piloting test.
Great, Fisher, you got this.
What's a piloting test? Is that like reaction?
So if you don't have the piloting skill, it defaults to reaction. Yep.
Wait a minute. You know what? I get out of the boat. You guys take off without me.
Oh, God.
I have 5 reaction. I could drive the boat probably.
Nova, you okay?
We have our vehicle here, plus a bunch of gun stuff. I need to just go load up the car with loot.
Oh,
You're all about that.
You're about to leave without all your loot.
Yeah,
Or
I
the
gotta
van.
stuff. And there's 2 guys up there we got to deal with. You know what? I'll just see you guys later, and then I go.
Picture says, let me know when you have the van loaded up, and I'll have it drive to meet us.
Oh, thank God. Okay, great.
You might want to make sure you're in the van.
I'll let you know.
All right, so you guys, the rest of you, so is then Mr. Bell doing a default piloting check?
Sure. Do I click reaction or unskilled?
It's unskilled use, but change it to reaction first.
Sure.
Yo, better unskilled Mr. Bell than me. I'm telling you that.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, -1. That's right.
Yeah, because it's unskilled use is -1 to the attribute. All right.
That's all I got.
Two hits, and two hits is enough. This is clearly meant for a submersible, because as you get closer to where the overhang is, most of you really have to duck. And Fisher is almost in the water. as his horns sort of scrape off of the overhang. But eventually, you guys sort of go out and under, and then you're at open sky. It's like, geez, I think it's like 3 a.m. at this point. And you definitely have that the full Puget Sound experience.
Oh, that's pleasant. I guess I'd steer us towards where we can get off into our van.
Okay.
I would like to make some things of note while I'm
Okay.
down there. I killed the one guy that that was left alive
Just
against me.
boosh.
I go ahead and grab that Cortex bomb. That seemed like interesting stuff.
Okay.
Grab that. Go back upstairs. I take all the guns that I can. I check on those 2 guys. Are they still alive?
There's
Can you take Can you take the microfilament whip, or is that like in a part of her body?
It is implanted.
You want to cut her fingers off?
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, let's so the monofilament whips are implanted. You won't be able to take those.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not doing that. I'm gonna take all
the 2 guys upstairs are still alive.
Great. I go ahead and pop them too, because, fair's fair.
All right.
No witnesses.
Let's see. Wow, okay.
And then everyone else is dead. Are they gonna really be like, less mad if I left 2 of them alive?
Are there any like
those 2 guys will be less mad?
Are there any like especially unique weapons in that armory?
There are not.
No. Okay. Take a lot of bullets.
This armory is not the kind of armory you go to for unique weapons. This is for the guards. It's meant for them to be uniform.
I've taken all their ammo. I've taken some uniforms.
Okay.
Yep, all submachine guns and stuff. Links. Yep. I don't know. They're all just piled into the back of Fisher's van, and I tell them I'm ready.
All right. The van starts up and starts driving, and eventually you maneuver the boat to a place where so there's a dock. It's like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning by now. So there's not a whole lot going on. You find a relatively deserted dock. You pull the boat up to it, and the van pulls up.
I hold out my hand, ushering everybody in the direction of the van. And as everybody exits, I take my knife and I poke a hole in it, and then walk away behind everyone.
Okay.
Can I ask Curie to check Spinner, see if she's got a Cortex bomb in her?
Oh.
She does. We better do something about that quickly.
I saw it on a tread once.
I know a dock wagon.
I think it does take a real medical professional.
You know Dock Wagon?
Yep, a street dock. Name Stitches.
Well, I guess we'd better do that. We're looking to save this person's life.
Man, I hope he picks up. Okay. Shall I roll loyalty?
Yeah, go ahead and roll dice equal to twice the loyalty.
Oh. Redo.
I have an edge of just 1 now. I can go and try and shoot some people to go get some.
You can.
I don't know what else to do.
Hey, you just did though.
You have, if you have 1 edge left, you can re-roll one of those 4 failures.
Okay, I do that.
Yeah.
All right. So the comm picks up. Oh, just about to go to bed.
Oh, hey, Stitches. Please don't do that. I need help. Can I come to you?
Yeah.
Okay, give me like 10.
All right, 10 is good.
Fisher, you need to get to this address in 10 minutes. And I send it.
Well, I don't know what to do, but beep, he pushes the button. It gets there. You're pretty close. You're close enough that you get there in the time allotted. So you roll up, and it's your basic street dock clinic.
Amazing. I go up and knock on the door.
The door opens, and you can basically see it's basically just an outer room that might serve as a combination waiting room and admin room sort of thing. It's a really small with just a couple of chairs, and then there's the operating room in the back. It's a very small clinic. So what do you need?
Hey, Stitches.
You don't look all that shot up.
No, I'm pretty good. This is for someone else. Can you get this? And I hold the Cortex bomb up out of her head.
But it's already out of her head.
Nope, there's one in her head.
Oh.
This is for you to see what it looks
What
like.
have you been running into?
Things.
All right, get her in.
I'll get you some more Stuffer Shack burrito coupons. I've got you. Let me take her to the back.
It should be part of the burrito of the day club after this.
I will take a photo of you and make you the most valuable customer with the crown on your head. It's fine.
All right, so you guys wheel her in. I mean, you have to get a gurney from the street dock because you left the one because you had no choice. So you pull her in, and he goes to operating, and it probably takes another hour. But he does comes out and says, "Well, here it is," and he's got this essentially a sample vial with, sure enough, another Cortex bomb that's kind of bloody. She's going to need a while to recover. She's still unconscious.
Okay.
So what do you do now? I mean, she's still unconscious, but she's still alive. You think the resonance link will last at least long enough for her to get to her brother, if that's what you want to do, because that's what you were hired to do.
Yeah.
Wait, we didn't solve, like, she's not permanently back into her bod?
That was kind of an MN.
This is not something you've seen before, and as you sort of run around as you run the room, nobody's really seen this before.
Well, the reservation was for one individual, and we have achieved that. Let's complete.
Should we tell the brother to come here? Stitches, is that okay? Can
I mean, sure, invite the whole neighborhood.
I mean, you're not gonna do that.
Well, is she okay to move? Like, is that going to be a problem?
She probably needs to stay for another couple hours to. I mean, I'd like for her to regain consciousness, but
I think we should call the brother and let him know what's going on, what we found. And then if he wants to come here, then he can stay with her.
You know what, Violet? That sounds like a great conversation for you to have with him.
Well, I am here to sing songs and talk nice to folks, so.
Yeah, I believe in you the most.
So I'll call
percussion.
percussion.
Yep.
I had
so-
drummer in my notes, and that wasn't right.
So we'll sort of narrate this a bit in favor of wrapping up on time tonight. So you call him, and he is happy to know that you found his sister, and you break the news of the things that have gone on. And he's not quite sure what to do with that. But what you've done is enough to satisfy him. And he figures he'll have to take it from there. So he does show up, and he sort of takes over the watch from you, and pays you the remainder of what's owed. And then you guys close the case of the Twitchy Technomancer, or the case of the Glitchy Technomancer. Thanks, Tom. So mission complete. So as we run around and do all of our closing things, I'll say in 2 weeks we'll begin with a new case, since many of us will be at Origins next week.
Oh, okay.
And I think we have. This is your last chance to type #REMPC in the chat if you want a chance to win.
I think we actually have the winner.
Oh,
right?
Has our winner already been determined?
Yeah.
Very
It's
good.
Cookies. So hopefully we get their information.
Yes.
Who was it again?
I see now. Cookies is tonight's winner.
Oh.
And we have a requested dialogue, apparently.
All right, everyone.
So does everyone see the requested dialogue?
No, where am I looking?
In our cast chat.
In our chat. Wow, it's late.
Oh. I'm doing this in character?
I think yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So what's a pirate's favorite letter?
X marks the spot?
It's I.
But they love the high seas.
It has to be peak, because without it, they're irate.
Jesus.
Yay!
Did you get your R, Bob?
I did my R.
With the face and everything.
Thank you for sending us that.
Yes, thank you for that. It would have been much better had Rem had to sit through that.
We'll show her later. Don't worry.
Yeah, she'll have to eventually.
We'll show her the video. Let's see. Do we have any other announcements before we close out?
As a reminder, I guess we're not playing next week. We are doing that one shot.
We're doing one shot. L5R, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll
I
pick
think you
up
said not the next.
we'll
Yeah,
pick up the
folks.
following week.
Yeah, folks, this is the voice behind the scenes trying to get his volume right. Hi, this is Teslon behind the scenes. Next week, we're going to be doing... we're going to do a live from the floor of Origins. Rem is going to go through some of the stuff that she's finding at the Origins convention. And then we're going to do a game of L5R, GM'd by Stainless Steel Devil Rat, who was in the chat tonight. Over at the REM channel, for the rest of the week, we do have... I don't believe we don't have anything going on Friday night, but Saturday we should have Descent into Avernus at 10 o'clock. And I believe we are having Like Clockwork on Sunday night. And Monday night we've got Paranormal Albany. So check us out over at twitch.tv/Master of REM. Does anybody else got anything going on this week that they want to plug before I start rolling the credits and such?
Not falling for that again.
Nope, I think we're all good here.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
All right. Thanks for watching, folks. And we will see you next week. And this cast will see you in 2 weeks. Bye.
All right.
Bye.